right. All right, family, what's going on? Just give me a second. All right, give me another second, family. Hold on. Let me just share this link real quick. Okay. All right. All right, family. Peace and shalom. What's going on? It's DivineProspect, Kingdom Harbinger Ministries. We in the building. All right. Those of you who are joining in, hit that thumbs up so we can get started. All right. And make sure you share this video. Hit subscribe if you're brand new to this channel. And we're still gonna get it in, man. So shout out to the family who just came in. All right. Shalom, shalom, family, for joining in. Mika, that depends. He's been running. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. He's been running. I'm going to show you the video with him running too. Y'all haven't already seen it. I'm going to show it to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my admins in the building, my brother Shema and Chris. What's going on? It's my Akeem right there. All right. So y'all make sure you share this video everywhere, share in every group that you in, share it on your YouTube, not your YouTube, but your Facebook page, share it on Instagram, Twitter, and let's get this thing popping. You know what I'm saying? And if you're enjoying what you're seeing, be sure to hit that thumbs up button. All right. Hit subscribe. Okay. All right. So we can get in a couple things. First things first, family. Those of you who tuned in, I think it was 2 days ago. I think it was Wednesday evening. I did the giveaway for our Patreon pledgers. We gave away a $200+ Learn Biblical Hebrew pack. I shipped the package out today to the brother, our brother Tony Frazier. He won that package. And I'm going to tell you how profound that is. He started his pledge, I believe, at the beginning of this month, right? Pledged $20. And just for answering the questions on our Patreon site, he was able to win a $200+ giveaway. You understand what I'm saying? And every 3 Patreons that we get, we're going to do another giveaway of something with similar value. Okay, so we're not giving out cheap little things on Patreon. Like, we're really giving out expensive gifts on Patreon as a thank you to everyone who chimed in. You know what I'm saying? So now he's not going to be able to be qualified to enter the next 2 or 3 giveaways because he already got something. I mean, make it fair to allow all the other Patreons that are or patrons that are on our Patreon page, the pledgers, to get even access to the giveaway. So if you're not already part of our Patreon, sign up. Okay, I'm gonna put the link in the chat so you guys can click on that. It will also be in the description once this video is over. All right. And you can go in and sign up for that and just stay tuned, man. There's other perks besides our giveaways. You get exclusive content. You get access to PowerPoints. People ask me for PowerPoints all the time. You gotta get onto our Patreon in order to get access to the PowerPoints. There's also, you know, if you have a business or whatever, we shout it out for you on the platform per your request. You also get discount at any live events that we have. And next year, we got a couple of them coming up. You get discounts at the door for the event. Also, you get free consultation and processing for either our Naturopathic Health Consultation service or our debt elimination service. So you get access to those services as well. So you don't pay anything for access to those services. If you want a DVD or Blu-ray of any of the lectures, we'll send one out to you for free. I mean, there's a lot of, I mean, you get free access to paid live stream events and stuff like that. So, I mean, there's tons of benefits. There's content that I share there as well, besides videos that I don't share anywhere else. And you only get it if you're a Patreon subscriber, because the Patreon subscribers, by them pledging, they ensure that there's a steady stream of revenue coming into KHM, so we can allocate it to the different needs that we have, whether it's community proactivism, whether it's research and development, whether it's helping somebody out in the community that may need it. I mean, there's tons of things that we do at KHM. And membership, man. We got maybe about 30 to 32 honorary members. We have a couple of core official members as well. And then we have like maybe 50 or 60 more people that's on standby that want to join as well. If you're interested in joining KHM, email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. One of my admins can drop it there in the chat. And join us, man. Next year is going to be a big year. This month actually is a transition. We're trying to get things restructured so we can start off fresh in January and get things popping, because we're not playing next year. Next year is going to be serious, right? Serious work we put it in. Okay, so here's the link right here for the Patreon. You can click on the Patreon right there and go ahead and put your pledge in. Okay, again, if we get 2 more patrons, we just got Minister Makaba. He was up there. Shout out to you, my brother. He signed up. So 2 more people sign up after him. And then from there, we'll give another expensive giveaway. Okay. So definitely sign up for that. And I appreciate everybody who's already a Patreon pledger. Thank you so much for your sacrifice and your donations. All right. All right. So I see some new people. Shout out to Mami Eureka in the building. What's going on? Art Lindsay the third, what's going on? Kendrick Black, Judah TV HD online, what's going on? Dimitri said, hopefully I win this one. I know you and Seth, y'all was like, man, I want to really get this one, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I got y'all. Like I said, you know, we get 2 more patrons and it opens up for another giveaway. Okay. And again, it's a challenge that we put out, and you go ahead and get the challenge correct, and then you become a candidate or contestant that we add to the drawing, and then we pull your name out randomly. All right. Big Ming, that's what's up. And you know what, Big Ming, we're going to talk about that a little bit, right? I don't know if I'll be able to get to the flu today because this is a lot, but we're going to touch on some of this stuff in regards to this vaccine joint that just went down. Okay. I don't know if y'all peeped it or whatever the case may be, but it went down. Okay. It definitely did go down. I'm going to show y'all some stuff real quick, and I'm going to give my honest assessment of that debate if y'all didn't already see it. I mean, man, it's crazy, though. It's really crazy, man. Like I said, hit that thumbs up button if you're liking the content so far. We didn't even get started, all right? Now, before we begin, because we're going to dive into the vaccine thing, alternatives, and stuff like that. We're going to get into that, right? Put a couple disclaimers out so y'all know what it is. But for the most part, before I get started with that, I want to show y'all something before we get started with that, all right? Okay, so I need y'all to, trying to get my remote working. All right, so, all right, I need y'all to take a look at the screen. Right, take a look at the screen right there. All right, so people out there who don't already know, Kingdom Harbinger Ministries, we have a subsidiary program, right? It's called Jubilee Manumission, because our job is we want to initiate a jubilee for our community. And the only way we could do that is to manumit people away from the current debt owners, and just break the chains free, you know what I'm saying, and give them a clean slate to start over again. You know what I'm saying? It's not a license for you to continue to deal unrighteously or be irresponsible when it comes to your credit, when it comes to debt, stuff like that. It's just us giving you a clean slate, right? Because we've been stuck in this form of slavery for a long period of time, right? So we offer services, which we spoke on in a previous live stream, but we also hire. Okay, so we also are employing our community. Okay, we got several people that are employed currently. Okay, so you can join one or two things: either our referral program, right, where you refer somebody to our services. Because of the donations that we get, we're able to provide free assessments and consultations, one-on-one consultations, which is typically $100 value that we're able to offer for free. And then after we give a consultation, if a client wants us to proceed with processing paperwork and then helping them, giving them the credit repair options that we offer as well, there's a fee for that, right? But if we're unable to provide you the results, we're willing to give a 50% refund, right? And you're not going to get this anywhere else, right? So we have an excellent program. We are very confident in the services we provide, but we also are hiring. So you get 25% for referral from the fee if we proceed forward. And if you want to sign up to be an assessor as well as a consultant, right? Or we just call it a credit repair consultant, a debt elimination consultant. We're hiring as well, right? So we'll train you on what to do, right? And not only will you be recruiting people the same way as a referral, but you'll also be commencing the assessment and the consultation. And when you work the client up to buying into our services, our options after that, you get another additional 25%, which means you can make up to a 50% commission. So let's say that it's $200, right? Depending upon what the assessment consultation is in regards to what needs to be processed and what needs to be done in order to repair their credit, or what options that they choose. If you are a consultant, you make 50% of that $200. That means you make $100. Okay. If you're just doing referrals, then you're going to make $50, right? So if you refer 10 people and 10 people buy into the services or the options that we offer, then that's 10 times 50. That's $500 that you make right there. Right. And you can do that every week if you want. You can do that every day. Just do referrals. Right. You can create a card and just do the referral. So what you do, you email us at jubileemanumission@gmail.com, as you see on the screen. And what we do is we give you a unique referral code. And when people inquire with your referral code, then that referral code traces them all the way into the options that they purchase from us. Right. If they want us to do the work for them, the consultation, they'll have enough to do what they need to do, but most people want to play it safe. So we give them that option to buy into our additional services, right? But if you're a consultant and you're doing recruitment, assessment, and consultation, and then you're able to push them towards getting our additional services, right? So we can work on their behalf. And let's say, you recruit 10 people, right? And let's say it's $200 for the additional options that we offer. And you're making $100, which is 50% commission for the referral or recruitment and doing the assessment and consultation. And you get 10 people, 10 times 100. That's how much money you're making. That's almost $1,000. That's $1,000 right there. Right. So we are offering jobs to the community. Right. It's all people got to do is just inquire. Email us at jubileemanumission@gmail.com. If you need a side gig to make some money, you could just do the referral program. Or if you want to turn this into a full-time job, which you can do. Right. Because almost everybody has a derogatory mark on their credit report. And we help with removing that. And not only that, we also offer some additional options at a fee so we can help to increase their credit score. Right. So we're doing this is one hand washing the other, both hands washing the face together. We want to provide these free and inexpensive services to the community, as well as hire people in the process. Right. So this goes to anybody. We don't care what ethnic background you get, what you believe in. It doesn't matter. Right. That has no bearing on your credit report. All right. So if you want a job, if you want to make some side money, if you want to do this full time, we're offering this. Right. We also have our Naturopathic Eden program as well, which is another subsidiary. And there you can also join our referral program, or you can be an assessor and a consultant. You can recruit, assess, and do consultation. And it's the same thing. You can make money. Okay, so if you really want to get into the health thing, we will train you. Again, like I said, we'll do the training, and it's not really extensive training. It's really short training. We'll train you just like we'll train you for this. You can choose either or you could do both, right? And just make money. Okay, so we have these services available, right? And all you're doing is recruiting and doing the assessment and consultation. And then once they buy into the packages that we have for a fee, you don't do that part. We process that on our end, right? And then we do all the back end stuff. And all you do is just keep in touch with the client and make sure that there's communication going to the client, et cetera, until we're able to do our part on the back. And then we'll give you the information, let you know what's going on, until you're able to close things out with that client. They're either able to get that derogatory mark or marks off their credit score, as well as increase their credit score at the same time. Get the derogatory marks off their credit report and increase their credit score at the same time. Or you're just helping people out with health ailments by educating them, right? Give them enough education and then having them buy into our regimen plans, right? Where we give suggestions, educational suggestions on what they should eat as far as diet, what kind of moderate exercises they should be doing, as well as what supplementation to take in order to increase their health and wellness, right? So, if you want to make some money and you're interested in doing this, all you got to do is email us. jubileemanumission@gmail.com if you want to do the debt elimination credit repair consultant, or if you want to be a naturopathic eating consultant, right, or naturopathic health consultant, that would be naturopathtoeden@gmail.com or kingdomharbinger@gmail.com if you don't remember any of that, right? So we're offering jobs, you know what I'm saying? We're offering ways for people to make supplemental income. It's just solely up to you to buy into it, right? So we have these things available. So just holla at me, let me know. And again, we're all about employing our community. These are ways we can help people with their health and with their debt credit situations. Imagine if you're able to alleviate these things, you'll be more clear-minded when it comes to looking at the cultural and spiritual side of edifying yourself and your family and those around you. And that's what we want to do. We want to alleviate the societal ills that our community faces day to day, so they can be more clear-minded when receiving the cultural and spiritual information, right? All right, so let's get back. All right, so that's out there for y'all. Again, like I said, if you're interested in it, I put the contact information. Let us know. Let us take care of it for you. Let us get you employed, or if you want those services, email the same email address and let us take care of you, okay? So it's there, family. If y'all want it, let me know, right? King Judah, we're going to get to that. Give me a second, all right? All right, so exactly, Ace, you see that, right? Naturopathtoeden and jubileemanumission. All of these are cultural concepts from the scriptures, right? So that's the objective, okay? All right. So again, if you're enjoying this, hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you share this video. If you're new to this channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell to get notifications, family, because we're gonna go in. Okay, we're gonna go in. All right. So I just wanted to show y'all that we're offering jobs. If y'all want jobs, if you want to make some side money or whatever, holla at us. We take care of that. Okay. So just let me know. All right. Let me know. All right. So I don't know what y'all saying in here. I appreciate that. Not screen 10. Thank you so much. I did already, Dimitri. So yeah, Tahira, I'm about to show that in a second. LLKLKIFY. Yes, I do have some articles that I have written. I wrote 3 of them. Okay. If you want access to that, you got to sign up for Patreon, and then I'll release them to you. Okay. Y'all also gonna do the super chat in here. We're about to go into health and vaccines and all this other stuff. We're gonna go into that because again, we deal primarily with Israelite culture, but because we offer other services like health and debt and stuff like that, so from time to time we speak on those matters. And we also do like community proactivism, right, where we teach people how to initiate their own municipality. We tell people to get involved when it comes to educational choices, whether that's private, charter, or certain select public schools if there's any options there, or we assist people with homeschooling. We also have a group on Facebook. I'm gonna show you real quick, and this group is for mothers. Let me show you the group that we have on Facebook. Let me show you this group we got on Facebook. All right, if you're on Facebook, please, I need y'all to join this group. This is extremely important. So you can see. All right, let me show it to y'all real quick. Let me share my screen. I mean, we doing a lot of stuff to help the community, man. Okay. Right. All right. So if you look at the screen, we have an organization here. It's called, not an organization, but a program. It's called Ima to Ima for Yeladim. All right. So you see that at the top. It says Ima to Ima for Yeladim. All right. Please join this group. Okay. This group is extremely important that you join this group because I'm going to explain to you in 1 second what this group is about. But let me just scroll down real quick because I have something written here. Okay. Says, to everyone reading this, thank you for joining the group. In an effort to be autonomous as a community, we must be able to barter and trade among ourselves for the things we need. This group provides an opportunity for mothers to do that for their children. It also helps to accommodate less fortunate mothers who have needs they cannot afford to fulfill. Please share this group with any mothers or grandmothers you know so we can grow an impactful network that will transform the way unity looks like between families. Shalom. Okay. Now, there's also right here, this description. This is a place where mothers can come together to discuss the items they need for their children so they can exchange it amongst themselves. Shipping will be provided for free within the USA by Kingdom Harvard Ministries and any generous donations received through the group. All right. So just so y'all understand what this is, let me switch back. But again, I'll keep it on the screen. It's called Ima to Ima for Yeladim. Okay. So Ima means mother to mother for children. Okay. Or offspring. Okay. So the reason why we have this program is because we want to be able to create a way that allows mothers to communicate with each other based on items that they have. So, you know, being that I have children, I have plenty of items that we're about to throw up here in the group. And pretty much what it is we're going to inventory items that we have. If it's clothes, it's going to be newly washed and folded, or it's going to be dry cleaned. Or if it's different toys or whatever that we have, they're going to be cleaned as well. Or they may be unopened, right? Because we prefer something that's unopened or lightly used or whatever the case may be. But what we're going to do is we're going to create an inventory of the items that we have that we don't use anymore because children get older, right? And we're going to put it on the group, and we're going to let other mothers in the group know, hey, look, these are the items that we have if you need it, right? If you need any of these items that we've just inventoried out, just select which items that you need, right? And then once they select, they'll inbox us in the group, and then we will fix and take care of all the shipping, right? To make sure those items get shipped to another mother that may need it, right? So all you got to do is join the group. If you want to donate to the group, you can donate to the group. Donation can come through KHM, or you can do Facebook payments to the group. However you want to do it, it's up to you. If you want to just give, right? But again, this is an opportunity for mothers to speak to mothers. It's a public group for now till we get enough people in it. Then we're going to make it a closed group, and pretty much you'll be able to discuss the things that you need, right? And it's nothing wrong with saying that you need something, all right? And I'll share something with you. So when I had my children, right, I needed some items as well, and I was going to go purchase it, but I had family members and I had people in my congregation that just gave it to me. It's not that I couldn't afford to get it, but it's the simple fact that I got to save money and use and invest it for other things because people just gave to me, right? So I said, look, I want to create that same network where we'll be able to do it across the state lines, okay? And be able to give back. The best way to pay back somebody is to pay it forward, right? And that's what we want to do. And that's what we want to encourage mothers to do amongst each other. Create this network we can barter and trade amongst each other for the items that your children needs, or talk about different things. And hey, can somebody get this for me because something may only be in a certain area? It's a way for mothers to talk to each other in order to provide for the Yeladim, right? This is not a discussion group. This is not what people are going to share posts, random posts about stuff. Everything has to be about giving to one another, bartering to another, becoming an autonomous network. So if you need something for your children, you come to this group first and we will take care of it. Okay. So that's something else that we're doing right now. And as you can see, we just started a couple, I think it was like earlier this week. There's only 11 members so far. I put a lot of, invitations out. If y'all are watching this, you want to be a part of it. If you're on Facebook, definitely join in. Okay. But again, this is a really good way for mothers to talk to each other. Again, there's no judgment. If you need something, to say you need something, right? And we just hope that once you get it and your child outgrows it, that you'll be able to give back to the group. Okay, so again, this is something that we're doing so that way we can continue to grow an autonomous community, right? Where we can depend heavily on one another instead of going outside of ourselves to get something that we need. All right, so again, please, y'all join. This is really only for mothers and grandmothers, right? It's not really for men because sometimes women feel weird when men is involved in those type of discussions. So it's really no men. I'm the only man, but I don't really do much there but facilitate the shipping. But it's mostly for women. So if you have a wife, if you have a significant other, if you have a female cousin, a sister, a mother, a grandmother, or know somebody outside of your family, friends, associates, whatever, you know what I mean? Because this is open to anybody, right? It's supposed to cater mostly to our community, but it's open to anybody. Anybody really can join the group, right? But this is just a way so that way we can work amongst each other. Okay, so hopefully somebody can take advantage of that, and I'm hoping that that will be beneficial to mothers who cannot afford to get things on their own. All right. All right, so I wanted to make sure I get those things out the way. Again, we have a lot of stuff to offer at KHM. We are growing, but we need help. Right. So we would love for y'all to join in so you can help with all of these various different initiatives that we have. I mean, we have to be the change that we want. If you want peace in your city, you have to intervene and interpose. I did a whole lecture on that. OK, and these are ways that we are doing that. OK, so we're not just sitting here. I'm not just sitting here in front of the computer, not doing nothing. All right. As you can see, one of the latest videos we have up was when we went to go do some lobbying and advocacy at One Tyler Perry Way when the Democratic presidential debate was going down. We was out there just advocating, speaking to people. So the video is up. I realized that it didn't even break 1,000 views, which to me is crazy because all we're talking about is offering choice, right, to families that are not aware that these options are available in their community. Okay, so please go back and check out that video. All right. I need y'all to look up Freedom Coalition for Charter Schools. You can just type it into Google and sign up. Okay. And the objective there is to bring awareness of additional choices that's available in underperforming communities, minority, low income communities, that there are other options that are available, right? And that we want to make you aware of it so that way you can make better choices for your children, because some people have their children in public schools and it may be a good public school, but the public school is not good. You need to look to see if there's any charter schools. And if you have the money, then you can look into private schools, right? Or if you can afford to homeschool, then do that. We're going to be offering services in regards to homeschooling mothers as well. I mean, there's a lot of work that we have here at KHM to do. We just need people to join in and help out, right? So, I mean, go back, check out that video. It may be helpful for somebody. I mean, just let us know if you have any questions. Definitely email us and we'll take care of it. So the thing is that we have an end game. The end game is autonomy. So our job is not only to kind of, exhume, reconstruct, and restore culture, but use that culture to create a more close-knit community. And with the more close-knit community, we could be self-governing. We could be autonomous. That's the end game. A lot of these people that's here on YouTube and on Facebook and social media, they have no end game for the community, right? So they start and stop right there in front of the camera. Shout out to my brother, Sean McGee. I want you to patronize about my father's business where they do food drives for the community as well. So shout out to my brother, S. McGee. He's right there in the chat. We can definitely highlight him if you want to get involved. He's located in Jacksonville, Florida, okay? So again, I mean, everybody part of KHM, you got to be doing something in your community, or be willing to do something in your community, or you might have to offer a good product or service to the community, have a not-for-profit organization, or join the ones that's already within the KHM network in our extended network. You have to do something. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not just sitting here just twiddling our thumbs, and no, we're getting involved, we're fixing problems, and we put it in this work. All right, so we need the family to support this. All right, so family, hit the thumbs up if you're enjoying this so far. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. If you're brand new, share this video everywhere. Okay, share this, because we're about to go in regards to health in a few seconds. All right, I'm gonna show you some stuff. All right, so now that we got those things out the way, all right, again, we need y'all to patronize it. Also, don't forget that you go to our Patreon page. Just look up DivineProspect and you can pledge so that we could be eligible for our next giveaway. All right. Like I said, we previously gave away a $200+ Learn Biblical Hebrew pack that was just shipped out today for free. So the person not only got the package, the shipping was shipped to them for free. They didn't pay a dime, and all they did was pledge for 1 month already $20, and they got a $200+ gift. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we want to continue to do, because our Patreon family, they keep the revenue pouring in, so that way we can continue to afford to give to you guys quality content, right? But now I'm gonna do this real quick right now. Before I get started, I know y'all want me to go into, I'm gonna get there. Let me do this real quick right now. All right. So if you're looking at the screen, for those people who are YouTube viewers, okay, we have a $25 gift card giveaway right now. Okay, $25. All right. Now we could ship it to you, but I mean, that would really take some time. Or we can email you all the details on the back of here, so that way you can use it online or use it when you get to the movie theaters. Okay. But a $25 gift card that we're giving away right now. So we're going to do giveaways on the YouTube channel. Okay. But they're not going to be as expensive as the giveaways on Patreon. Okay. You guys can definitely hit that super chat button and definitely do your donations through the super chat, so we can continue to provide these giveaways for free on our YouTube channel as well. But I'm going to kick things off by starting off with this $25 gift card. The next gift card we're going to give away is a $25 Amazon gift card. The next one after that, I don't know what it's going to be. It's probably going to be for a restaurant or something like that. But we're going to continue to do these things as a thank you to everybody that tunes into this channel. Now, if you want to win this gift card, right? If you want to win this gift card, I'm going to give you a simple question, right? Now, we're going to do this right now, okay? Okay, NXVX, we're going to get into vaccines in 1 second. Just chill out, okay? All right, so again, share this video. Let's hit that thumbs up button so I can go ahead and tell y'all what y'all can do in order to win this gift card. Share to everybody. Share this video, okay? Share this video. Hit that thumbs up, okay? All right, so let me tell y'all what y'all can do, and don't be scared. You can still do the donations, do super chat as well. All right, we appreciate it. All right, so we can continue to do these giveaways. All right, so if you want to get this giveaway right now, this card, what I want you to do right now in the chat, the first person to be as close or as accurate as possible will win this gift card. Okay, and again, like I said, next weekend, when we go live again, we're going to have another gift card. It's going to be a $25 Amazon gift card that we're going to give away next week. Okay? So if you want to win this gift card, it's very simple what you got to do. What I want you to do, and it's everybody that's here right now is eligible to get this gift card, okay? What I want you to do is in the chat, and I'm going to look right now in the chat. I want you to tell me, what is Kingdom Harbinger Ministries mission statement? Now, my admins, you're not eligible for this. All right. I could give y'all something at another time. But I want you to tell me, what is Kingdom Harbinger Ministries mission statement? It's a 2-part mission statement. All right. Tell me what our mission statement is. And whoever can get our mission statement the closest or the most accurate will win this gift card. All right. And this is for people who are avid viewers. Right? If you're just now coming in, then you may not be eligible for this because you may not know. Okay. And that's okay. When we do the Amazon gift card, you don't have to know that. Right? But for tonight, whoever wants to win this free $25 AMC gift card to go watch a movie this weekend for free. Okay. Please type in the chat, what is our mission statement? What is Kingdom Harbinger Ministries' mission statement? All right. Let me know. I see y'all saying culture, community, autonomy, but you got to give more details. All right. Give more details. All right. So culture, community, autonomy is the way in which we implement the first part of the mission statement. Okay. It's in the name. What is the name of the ministry? Right. So look at the name of the ministry and then also look at those three other points and give me something, because maybe you might give me a better mission statement than what we have. Okay. All right. Let me see what y'all saying in there. Stacks. That's good. That's good. And that's how we implement the first half. What is the first part of Kingdom Harbinger Ministries? It's in the name. Look at the name of the organization, right? Look at the name, work that out, and then combine that with the other part, right? Which is those three little points you see at the top. All right. So come on, let's go. I see some good input, but let's go. Give me some more information, family. Come on. Does anybody want to win this gift card? Let me know. Giving you an opportunity. Before we get started, the sooner you answer this, the sooner we can get into the health situation. All right. So check this out. It's a $25 gift card. I'm just going to hold it up. I mean, does anybody want to go to the movies for free this weekend? I know I do. You know what I'm saying? Just let me know. I'm going to hold it up just right here. Y'all let me know. What is the mission statement? For people who frequent this channel a lot, you should already know the answer to this. What is the KHM or Kingdom Harbinger Ministries mission statement? All right. And I see that y'all have part of it there. All right. Reckless, you're getting close. Rodney, that's kind of close too, but you got to add everything together. I see bits and pieces of it. All right. Big man, yes, you're getting it. You're getting it. Okay, come on, put everything together. Remember, you have the culture, community, autonomy, and you have Kingdom Harbinger. What do these things mean? Your answer has to involve both parts, right? The name of the organization, those three tenets that you see at the top. All right, put them together. I see bits and pieces in here. Somebody give me a nice little paragraph with the answer. All right. Okay, because I'm gonna give you another couple minutes before we move forward. Otherwise, I'm just gonna take myself to the movies. You know what I'm saying? So come on, family, let's go. Y'all got this. I know y'all got this. Who wants to take their child or children to the movies? All right. And even if you can't get in for free, at least you get $25 off. It's expensive to go to the movies today. Kendrick, that's pretty interesting. Wow, ABC, you're getting close, but you're missing the other part. You got to put everything together. That's pretty good. Y'all working for this. Guy, keep going. We give you another 3-4 minutes, and then we closing. We moving forward. All right. Remember, don't forget, hit that thumbs up if you're in the building. Hit that subscribe if you're brand new. All right. Share this video everywhere, family. Let's get the people in here so everybody get a chance for this. All right. So come on, family. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Type fast. Type fast. Yes, I got you, ABC. I know what you meant. I know what you meant, but you missed the other part. You got part of the first half. All right. And y'all saying the Mashiach. Okay, you can say Mashiach, or you can say Yah. I mean, this is whatever, right? Because the Mashiach is a representative of Yah, right? And then when you watch part 4, you're gonna see how the Mashiach, how he kind of like how he operates, what's his function, and how he got his function and all of that, right? But come on, family, let's go. Come on, you got 2.5 minutes. Come on, family, put everything together. My brother Shakur in the building. Shalom, shalom. What's going on? Let's go. Dang. Adaya, you win. She got it. She put it all together. Nice and neat. No, I didn't touch on demons yet. I didn't touch on it. Adaya, you won. All right. All right. So Adaya, that was good. Thank you for that. All right. That's really good. I like that. I like that. All right, sis. Email us, kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. Admins, throw the email address in there. Email us. I think you already got our email address, sis, but email us, and I'll give you the details for the gift card so you can go to the movies this weekend or whenever. It doesn't expire, right? You can do it whenever you want. All right. So Adaya, email us so we can give you the details. You just won a free $25 gift card just by being here and participating. Everybody else, thank you so much for being runners up. I appreciate it. I can see y'all follow, y'all pay attention. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Next week, next live stream, okay? We're going to have a $25 Amazon gift card. All right? $25 Amazon gift card. So if you did not win tonight, it's okay. It's okay. ABC, you should have typed that faster. The sister beat you to it. All right. So ABC was on point. That's really good, ABC, but she beat you to it. All right. She beat you to it. But that's good, ABC. Thank you. That's really good, man. That's really good. Please, y'all tune in next live stream and get that $25 Amazon gift card. I'm gonna try to do this every live stream. Okay. If we get enough donations, supporters, we can share this video. If we get enough support, I'll be able to do this every live stream. There'll be a $25 or more giveaway, okay? And if you're a Patreon subscriber, your giveaway is even more expensive than that. She just won a free gift card just by answering a question and being here. Okay, so definitely email us, sis, so we can hook you up, all right? You want a gift card, all right? So thank you for that. All right, family, let's move forward. Let's move forward, all right? Now, before we move forward, give me 1 second. I'm going to go get me a cup of something to drink because I am thirsty. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, family. Thank y'all for waiting. All right. So, let's get started, okay? So, we're going to get into the vaccines situation, okay? Now, family, you will have an opportunity to call in, okay? The call-in number is there. Shout out to Arthur Lindsay for the Patreon. Thank you so much, my brother. We appreciate that. One more Patreon pledge, and we're going to have another expensive giveaway on Patreon, okay? One more pledge. If we get it tonight, then I'll do the giveaway this weekend, okay? So one more Patreon, and then from there, we got another giveaway, okay? So thank you, Arthur. We appreciate that. All right, so let me get started, okay? All right, so this weekend that just passed, Friday night, I went out to New York, and it was almost like a last minute thing, but I was invited to come out to the vaccination or vaccine debate that was going down. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that debate. Let me show y'all the flyer real quick. Let me go grab the flyer for y'all real quick. Let me grab the flyer. All right, where's the flyer at? There it is. Let me grab the flyer. I want to show it to y'all so you can see. So those of you who are not familiar with it, right, let me show it to y'all. Okay. All right. So this is the flyer right here. Okay, it's called the Great Harlem Vaccine Debate. Okay, are vaccines safe? Are vaccines effective? All right. So this is for the first time, a panel of doctors, scientists, and others will debate the vaccine issue. This is the debate everyone's been waiting for. You will get to vote on which team is the winner. All right, you don't want to miss this dynamic and powerful debate. This was on Sunday, December 15th at 2019 at 3 p.m. Okay, it was in Harlem at the Alhambra Ballroom. Right, it was $30 at the door. And then what you had was the Amun-Ra squad that was represented by Asar Imhotep, Brother Ankaket, or the Real Black Atheist. Dr. Ma'at was supposed to be there, but she had to take care of a last-minute issue, so Garfield sat in her place. And then you had other people. You had Del Bigtree, Verstein Green that was there. Other side you had Daniel Gale that was there. And several other people that was there. Okay. And now Del Bigtree was the guy. This guy right here was the one that created the documentary called Vaxxed, and they have a Vax Part 2 that was released last month in November, and you can get it from their website. But Vax 1 was supposed to air at the Tribeca Film Festival, but Robert De Niro, who's the co-founder of the Tribeca Film Festival, decided that he wasn't going to air it because he believed it was misinformation after screening it. But also because, the pharmaceutical companies, their reach and their tentacles go everywhere, right? So that's neither here nor there. But they sat here, they debated it. Curtis Koss was the moderator, and he wrote a book called Vaccines Are Dangerous, okay? Now, I'm going to give y'all my assessment of this, okay? So I'm just showing y'all the flyer real quick and switch back over to me. All right, so now, instead of me speaking, let me show you a video. Maybe that would be better. Let me show y'all a video real quick. All right, I think that will be better if I show you the video. Let me show you this video. Where is it at? All right, let me get to it. All right, I think I had it already on the screen. Yeah, I think this is it. Let me do it again. Here it is. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it for y'all so y'all can take a look at it. Let me turn the volume up. And this is actual footage behind the scenes after the event is over. So you'll be able to see my feedback on it on the fly, okay? All right, so y'all check it out real quick. Let me go ahead and play the video. Hold on, let me play the video.
One of the highlights of the debate, man. Y'all ain't see the debate. That's one of the highlights of the debate, man. Y'all ain't see the debate. Nobody expected this. Zod just pulled DivineProspect out of nowhere. Swiss Army knife in his pocket. No, I'm not saying that. Change your mind? I'm not changing my mind on that. I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that, but you didn't let me present my part. I have documents on it, and its efficacy is extremely low. You see that? Yeah, we got a vaccine for something, but you know what? It's not really that effective. So give your breakdown, Divine, of the whole entire debate before you came in there and shut it down. So what I would say was everything was pretty decent. I think Ankh had a little too much showmanship, but I think Asar helped to balance it out, and Garfield was great for being able to balance it out. Yeah, he was. Hey, Sinjetti, how come you weren't in this debate, Sinjetti? He was on the research team. How come you weren't in the debate? Because I think that you and...
Oh, my bad. You can't see it. Whoops. I think that's better. All right, let me rewind it. All right, check it out.
That's one of the highlights of the debate, man. Y'all ain't see the debate. Nobody expected this. Zai just pulled DivineProspect out of nowhere.
Swiss Army knife in his pocket.
Catch up another time.
No, I'm not saying that.
Change your mind?
No, I'm not changing my mind on that. I agree with you on that.
Change his mind right now.
I agree with you on that, but you didn't let me present my part. I have documents on it. And its efficacy is extremely low. You see that? Yeah, we got a vaccine for something, but you know what? It's not really that effective. So we'll get us the vaccine.
Give your breakdown, Divine, of the whole entire debate before you came in there and shut it down.
So what I would say was everything was pretty decent. I think Ankh had a little too much showmanship, but I think Asar helped to balance it out, and Garfield was great for being able to balance it out. Yeah, he was.
Hey, Sinjetti, how come you weren't in this debate, Sinjetti?
He was on the research team.
How come you weren't in the debate?
I have prior engagements, brother.
Okay. Because I think that you and Asar was probably more suited for the type of topic. Because they were trying to make it like, you know what I mean? That's not, you know.
And this was somebody that works in the medical field as well.
Right.
So it would have helped their part if they would have had Sanjay or somebody else speak who's in the medical field.
Because usually the out versus...
I don't think it's a good structure for the conversation because they had, you know, how many people.
Come here, Asar.
So it wasn't a good setup.
I think that usually the outbursts be like needed at the time, but then in this one it was like, yeah.
So it's good even with somebody like that to have balanced people like Garfield and Asar to step in and start to present the case. I think you don't have enough time to really flesh out discussion in vaccinations, especially when there's a lot of technical terms that the audience is not privy to. That makes it very difficult for them to digest the information that's being sent out to them. So I think on the other side, because they didn't have to be so technical and they just had to show like, hey, look, this is the deficit in regards to using vaccines. It made it easier for them to appeal to the crowd, as opposed to this side, it would use more technical jargon and more of a methodological process to kind of convey to them why the efficacy of using vaccinations statistically is better than going on the naturopathic side. Now that's me objectively.
Now, are we talking? Are you setting this thing up because you came out and you were spitting information, showing some alternative ways of?
So I'll break it down real quick. So the key thing they're saying is, if you have HPV, show me an alternative. So I went to Red Marine Algae. We have over 44 reports, and we talk about peer-reviewed medical and scientific articles that show the efficacy of Red Marine Algae to be an anti-HPV alternative to vaccinations. 44. They didn't even show any of them because I didn't have time. The second thing they're going to ask is as far as
you was really trying to get his attention, and he was ignoring you.
You know why? Because he knew he couldn't do it one-on-one like that in front of a crowd. I would watch him. But we're going to have a debate on Sinetta soon, so you'll stay tuned. Oh, I would do it on your leave. Ask mine.
Yeah, I could do it.
I never seen him on your league before.
Yeah, we can debate it a couple times.
Set it up.
Asar, real quick. I mean, what's your honest assessment of the debate?
Damn, them niggas in the stands, though. They ain't in the game. You got to take.
He was just clowning when he was up there.
All right, y'all check this out. Listen out. Listen to this.
Understand. But if you would have took the lead, you would have been, and I would have been good. And if my I would have been here, y'all would have won.
So basically, what you're saying is that the squad took a dive because of
That sounds pretty correct.
I'm gonna get this straight. So I'm a clown, but look at his outfit.
Oh!
That's why he lost. Wait, that's why the squad took a dive. Because you coming in with jokes and you was up there praying and I'm doing it to you.
You gotta turn the fuck up right now.
Hey, but guess what? Hey, that shit always funny. Them niggas in the stands, though. They ain't in the game. They ain't in the game. Everybody talk that shit what Unc didn't do. Nigga, none of y'all stepped up. Alright? Now, when y'all go back and watch the goddamn game film, they had motherfuckers talking about.
And that's what I said. I said I did. Now, family, please forgive the vulgar language. You know we don't do that on this channel, but I did want to share this video with y'all so you can see it. So again, I'm not responsible for all this vulgar language that's coming across. I apologize for it. So if you have any children watching, just be mindful that there may be some vulgar language. So I apologize for that, because you know this guy right here, he just curses all the time, right? So I apologize for that. So here's the rest of the video.
Oatmeal and bananas cause diabetes.
Yeah, but
I ain't fucking with that shit.
Divine on it. Divine.
No, Divine.
Divine put the nail in the
No, Divine came up. Look. Divine came up. Look, see, they're laughing. Yeah, Divine came up. Look, stuck around outside.
It was the sister, the older sister, with the coat that was kind of checking, I think, like this. Okay. Who made that statement? I forgot her name.
With the oatmeal and the band.
Hold on. When we go back, all that shit was crazy.
Yeah, but we know this.
We already knew that. Like y'all joking. Y'all talking too much shit right now without watching the rewind. Doing too much. And I remind you, to his credit, with that commentary, remember when Seti and Eileen did their number? Right, we spoke upstairs. Years later, people rewinded and said Seti was on theatrics. And they gave it to Brooke Eileen Bates, who texted the same thing, by the way. So we might rewind this footage today.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing when I seen it too.
I got a text today from.
You would never get Measles Vaccines.
Solo vision.
Yo, watch this, because this is me calling his behind out, like I was doing this whole time. And the night before, if y'all didn't see it, I was on Sinetta Studios. Or no, it was Black News 1 or 2. I think it was Sinetta Studios. And me and him had to sit down, and we was like going back and forth with this. But remember, on my channel, I have a video on vaccines where him and Chief X did a freestyle debate with me, and they got washed up. So I've been calling him out for a one-on-one debate for a long time. Even right now, what you're about to see, and watch him make these excuses. Watch.
I ain't going. Wait a minute. For what? I beat him up last.
Tomorrow, you and him
He's
tomorrow.
calling you out.
Let's do it.
Man, he gonna make up all kinds of stuff.
I was. He's calling you out.
Let's get this straight. I already smacked up his teachers. I'm done. Why step back down? Why would I step back down? Hold on, whoa. Why would I step back down?
You ain't gonna run from
Now y'all gotta get up, run from Divine. Let's get this straight. Why would I step back down? For what?
That's a step down?
Step down.
When he shut the party
I
down?
already beat the teachers up already.
He shut the whole debate down after what he
I already
said.
beat the teachers already. Why I got you do this?
You hear that? They said I shut the debate down. I had less than 2 minutes to disseminate information. And it was so potent in 2 minutes. He didn't even want to look at me. I'm going to show you the footage in a second. He didn't even want to look at me. He didn't even want to. They never addressed anything that I said. Let's keep going.
Is wrong and he's out of line. Why would you want to even try to debate him tomorrow? His body got to heal what happened today.
I'm gonna dig him up and I'm gonna bring him back to life like Heru, and we're gonna body bag him.
So let's deal with the real situation. Let's just say by chance they won. Right. Let's just say that. Because y'all some hating ass niggas.
You heard that? They did. Amon Ra Squad lost. They lost.
Let's just say they won, right? But one thing y'all can't get around, we will actually get an opportunity. Nature will allow us to see if anybody shit really work. That's why I love nature. Everybody talking all this shit. All the white people beat you up. Come on, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. I said that. I said he missed it. I said you missed it. Go back to the fucking world. Right, I talked about gun violence, I talked about drug addiction. I missed it. No, it wasn't.
Because it wasn't about diseases, he's saying.
It didn't have to be.
No, but your alley-oop was a little different. The Divine Prospect alley-oop was that was another call.
Hold on.
I gotta go though, man. They waiting for me, yo.
This
I gotta
is one
go,
thing
yo.
that I learned from I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna end off. He says that we need to go back to nature, right? Nature will go back to the nature, personification of nature. Watch this. If he's saying that nature is trying to kill us, nature is also giving us supplementation to help us at the same time. If you look at, hold on, look at the Eber's papyrus, which he should know, you get references according to the African medicinal plants that they use to combat against these plagues that was killing them. So why they, nature's trying to kill them, but nature's also an ally. So you gotta look and see what side you're gonna stand on.
Am I just
Oh, that was funny. That was a lot of fun. I love being there. It was a lot of fun. So pretty much, Chris is saying it's a landslide. I don't know if it was a landslide, but I'm a Rock Squad lost. I mean, man, y'all gotta watch this debate, man. As soon as Senator throws it up in another week or so, I'm gonna just send y'all the link to go watch it. It was really bad, man. And the reason why is because the debate format was terrible, right? It's difficult for the pro-vaccine side to win in that type of format because it was really quick, fast, right? Quick, fast. And when you talk about the efficacy of vaccinations, what vaccinations are, how they work, you know, et cetera, it takes a lot of time to flesh that out and disseminate that information to an audience that may not be aware of those details, right? Now, interestingly enough, Ankh did an interview on Brother Rich's channel, which is called Black Magic 363, or otherwise known as Underground Railroad. And the conscious community was eating him alive because he's supporting vaccinations. So much so at the debate, he said that we should not be given a choice because most of us don't know how to choose for themselves. And he's glad that the government is there to impose vaccinations on us. I was like, whoa, you saying this to the conscious community? Then he started talking about how unintelligent that we were in the audience and that we siding with the cracker or the white man, excuse my language. And now, mind you, there's all natural healers that are doing, that are vending and they're selling their products and stuff like that, giving good food. I patronize almost all of them. And he's over here just disrespecting all the work they've been doing for the community. And mind you, they don't speak for the majority of the conscious community. The conscious community was riding with me and Danya Allah. You know what I'm saying? Because we was like, whoa, I'm not anti-vaccine. And not at all. What I'm simply saying is you cannot make vaccinations the monopoly when it comes to preventive medicine or preventive health. I mean, or ailments or illnesses, right? There's a demographic that does not trust the pharmaceutical companies, that do not trust physicians, etc. So you have a demographic that could be at risk. And I asked this dude on Sinet's platform the night before, I said, what do you propose to the demographic that does not want to take vaccinations? What do you propose to them? And you know what his answer was? Death. He says, herd immunity. We need all of y'all who are not taking vaccinations to die off so the rest of us can be healthy. I'm like, what? So again, I'm not against vaccinations. I'm not. Vaccinations has helped spare a lot of lives. It also had some side effects. So it's a small percentage of people that have been adversely affected by vaccinations, right? But it has helped a lot of people as well over the years. So I'm not against vaccinations. All I'm simply saying is if we have proven through lab tests and studies that there are other viable alternatives that are derived from botanicals, right? Or sourced from nature, right? Not doctored up in a lab, and that we can isolate specific components and or compounds that are within these botanicals. And then once we extract and isolate it, we're able to concentrate into a particular dosage, and we're able to apply it to the actual antigen itself, or the virus, right, or the bacteria in a cell line to see its antiviral or antibacterial effects on it. And we're able to study that and identify and know exactly what it is. Then we should be getting the funding to take that research and engineer a way to dispense that solution for two ways, as preventive and or if the person encounters the actual virus, that you can give them something that will counter it and boost the immune system naturally, right? That you don't have to go through metabolic pathways in order for it to be broken down into the liver, and then now the liver is toxified because it has to push out all of this excess junk that's in it. People have fears of viral shedding and stuff like that as well. I mean, that's understandable, but that's not really a problem, right? The way that they conjure up the viruses. So I'm not against vaccinations. All I'm simply saying is you cannot allow vaccinations to be the monopoly in regards to preventive medicine. You cannot allow that, right? Good nutrition, good nourishment, supplementation, and moderate exercise. These things, as you will see, is a great alternative to vaccines, not to replace vaccinations and I'm not here as a disclaimer telling people do not get vaccination. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. What I'm simply saying is there's a demographic of people who do not want to get vaccines. How are the pharmaceutical companies and allopathic medicine and physicians, How are they dealing with that demographic? Are they treating them like they're a plague? Are they forcing or trying to impose regulation when they get vaccinations? Or are they saying, look, if you don't want vaccinations, after they didn't give you the whole marketing spiel, how about you consider these alternative options? How come they're not vouching for pharmaceutical companies to invest millions of dollars at the very least, since they're pouring in, $20+ billion into vaccine research and vaccine dispensation? How come you're not leveling the playing field? Or if you're not going to level, put the millions of dollars into these labs, right? Where we've seen these alternatives so we can turn it into a solution that can be dispensed. If the regular physicians don't want to do it because it's going to mess up, the checks that they're getting from big pharma, people call it big pharma, the pharmaceutical companies, that's fine. Give it to naturopathic doctors so that way people who want an alternative can go to them and they can get this solution. So that way you don't have this small demographic adversely afflicting the demographic that has vaccinations. Now, if people are vaccinated, the common sense understanding is that they're going to be protected from the virus, right? Because the body has created antibodies. Antibodies are going to neutralize the virus when the virus comes into the body. So that way you have a protein cascade, or you'll be able to send out chemokines or cytokines depending upon where the virus is at, so that your white blood cells, your innate immune system can come to the scene of injury at first, or where the pathogen is, or where the antigen is. They call it antigen. Anything that's adverse against the natural proteins that's on the cell wall or cell membrane, not wall, cell membrane. Cell walls is plants. So you want to be able to get forth a solution where you can prime the body to protect itself. And if people are vaccinated, you're thinking the vaccination brings them through this process. You have 3 different components when it comes to vaccinations. You have the actual virus, a virus itself. It's either going to be an attenuated virus, which means it's weak and its virulence activity or capacity is very low. Or you have what's called a killed vaccine or inactivated virus, where you have the actual virus itself, but it's dead, right? And that's not the preferred method of vaccinations, because you don't get all the other intracellular activity that goes on when there's an actual live pathogen that's in the body, right? So we're going to reverse. So if there's a small demographic that don't want vaccinations, who is at risk for catching these diseases, that then can put the vaccinated populace at risk. I don't know how that's possible, but okay. But then I came up with a scenario and I said, look, it's possible if a person that has measles, mumps, or rubella, right, tetanus or something like that, if they have this and they're going into the hospital, okay, and an individual who just had a baby is leaving out the hospital, and they come within inches of each other, that baby who is mandated before they leave most hospitals to get the hepatitis B vaccination has not get the measles, mumps, or rubella vaccination yet. And I'm going to show you the schedule at when that child's actually vaccinated. Now that child becomes at risk. So how do you reduce or minimize that cross-contamination from occurring? Well, that individual has measles probably does not want to get vaccinations. And because there's no other alternatives being offered to them, they're deciding to take care of it on their own. And because of that, because there's irresponsibility or monopoly that's in this allopathic medicine gargantuan system that is not providing an alternative for that small demographic, now you just put somebody's baby at risk. Okay. So what I'm simply trying to explain to you, and again, yes, thank you, John. I'm very well versed when it comes to immunology. I love immunology. I read articles all the time. I love this stuff. I love it so much so that I created a program so I can take this knowledge and educate people so they can make a better informed decision. I'm not a physician. Disclaimer, I'm not a physician, and I'm not telling you to leave your physician. Don't go to your physician. Don't trust your physician. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm simply saying is there's a small demographic that is an at-risk category. And if they're at risk, there needs to be a viable solution that is offered to them so they do not put the rest of the populace at risk. And if you're simply telling them you have to get vaccinations and they're like, no, I don't want to because of these reasons, because of beliefs or whatever the case may be, if you're imposing that onto them and we allow this to happen, then we're going to lose choice everywhere else for anything else, right? And then so much so that we're going to be losing a lot on a naturopathic front. So what I'm simply going to do with y'all tonight okay, as part of this session, is we're going to get into this information. Follow me. It may be a little bit technical, but I'm going to try to break down as much as I can. And once I get past this, right, then I'm going to open up a Q&A, and the call-in numbers there, and y'all can call in. Do not call in right now because I will not answer your call. Wait till after I finish what I'm about to disseminate. And then once this is done, then I'll open up the line. You can call in about the subject matter or anything else if I can address it, okay? But I need you to hang on to your seats. This is some good information right here because you probably came in looking for Israelite culture, and now you're about to learn stuff in regards to pathology, in regards to immunology, in regards to vaccinations, and just common sense stuff that is just never pointed out to you before. Again, I am not against vaccinations. I'm simply trying to be one of many people that is advocating for an alternative solution to the demographic that does not want to be vaccinated and or get their children vaccinated. What option is being proposed to them? If you hear an Amara squad says death and they just want them to die off, you know how crazy that is? That's wild. How do you tell somebody that? Oh, you just die off, as if their life doesn't mean nothing, as if their right to choose doesn't mean anything. This was the land of the free and the home of the brave, right? You're supposed to be allotted the opportunity to speak your mind and to stand on your position. But now they're saying this becomes a national risk, right? Now you're putting the nation at risk when you don't get vaccinated. So therefore, you know people are going to still avoid vaccinations. Why don't you provide them with an alternative, a viable, plausible, practical alternative? And if the pharmaceutical companies was thinking about this, they would do it. Let me give you an example. Burger King. Burger King sells, beef, right? They sell pork and stuff like that too, right? But they decided that there's a demographic that will not come into Burger King. So you know what Burger King did? Instead of them, poking fun at people who are vegans and vegetarians, they created the Impossible Burger. Now, some people don't like the Impossible Burger, and when you look to see how it's processed or whatever, that's beyond what I'm talking about right now. What I'm simply saying is they looked at that demographic that is not coming into their stores and say, let's create a product to cater to them. The pharmaceutical company can do the same thing. You know how many billions of dollars of pharmaceutical industry? The pharmaceutical company is the largest lobbyist when it comes to Congress, when it comes to presidential elections. Look, they're the largest lobbyists. They have deep pockets. Why are they not looking at the small demographic instead of writing them off and calling them names and censoring them? Why don't you create solutions, alternative solutions that you can patent and give it to them? Because, vaccinations is not always inoculations. They're also oral vaccinations and inhalants. There's other ways that you can take in the vaccinations besides inoculation. Because then you create a site of injury, and that there's other things like MMF that comes from there, and I'll get into a little bit of that as well, right? So there's other ways that you can dispense an alternative solution, sans inoculations, and without the preservatives and the adjuvants that we do find in current vaccinations. And if you see that the research is there and has been done, then y'all need to put millions of dollars in to further it along so it can get past the FDA and it can be declared to be safe. And we have a method of dispensation, and then we can go get it, people to sign up for it first before you then put it at public. So all these things you got to do really even if it's experimental, right? You still should provide this option to that demographic if you care about public health. Right? If you care about public health, you need to address this demographic, because no matter how much you pushing them, they're pushing back and saying we don't want vaccinations. So provide them an alternative. And all I'm trying to do is try to inspire either an angel investor or any kind of venture capitalist out there that do want to invest the funds, because we here at KHM, with our subsidiary Naturopathic Eden, we are working in the process of creating an HMO so we can ensure people that want to go to naturopathic doctors or get alternative medicine, right? There's a small demographic. Insurance is not covering them. Therefore, they're paying out of pocket, and it becomes a hindrance, an obstruction, and a burden on these families that want to choose to go the naturopathic route. And now their insurance does not cover that, or gives them very little to cover that. We're trying to change that landscape. And all we want to do is inspire somebody to say, look, that demographic also needs to be protected from viruses and bacteria, so they do not pose a public health risk to other people who are vaccinated or even babies coming out the hospital, right? So what we need to do is cater to them by creating a solution, an alternative solution that they will buy into, right? So that way they have been secured and that we can just protect everybody. That is the responsible thing to do in a country where you have the right to choose and where options should be afforded to the public, okay? That's where I'm coming from, right? And there's transparency because there are records and reports where the pharmaceutical companies have told the public all the side effects from vaccinations. Because of a 1986 act passed by the government, guess what? You can't sue the pharmaceutical companies for any injury. So they created a fund that compensates families who can prove that their children has been adversely affected by vaccinations. You cannot sue the pharmaceutical companies. You can't sue GlaxoSmithKline. You can't sue Merck. You cannot sue them. They have diplomatic immunity. It's deep. It's really deep. You cannot sue them because if you sue them, they go out of business. The government has no way to mass inoculate the public. And then everybody's going to be at risk for disease, and then they lose their energy source to keep the country going. So, yeah. So anyway, so here's the point I'm trying to make, all right? I want to show you guys something because I'm putting together a PowerPoint presentation that I was planning to do a while ago. I'm glad this debate happened because it's forcing me to really complete it. And this is going to be on vaccinations, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you some information, some background on vaccination. Again, I'm going to be unbiased, and I'm going to show you that vaccinations is a viable option, right? For people who choose to take it, right? It's a viable option, and it works. But I'm also going to show you the side effects behind it as well, right? No matter how minimal it may be, that could be your child. That could be you. That could be your grandmother. Okay, there's still side effects that must be considered. If you go and look on my channel, you have my Incognito series, episode 2, where I go to Walmart and I speak to a pharmacist and I ask him about vaccinations. Check that video out. It's deep. And I had the insert somewhere. I don't think I still have it up here, but I have the insert where it tells you all the side effects. And I asked them, do you screen people? You know, because if you go to CDC's website, they'll tell you all the people who should not be vaccinated. I got all that information. They don't tell you that when they vaccinate you. You know what he told me? Oh, they sign a waiver. So if we inoculate them, then it's not on us. I'm like, what? Do you even so you don't screen the people before they get the inoculation who shouldn't be getting it. And then number 2, on top of not screening them, you don't tell them the side effects. That's listed here in this insert. I asked him, do you even share that? He said, no, we don't give that in. Nobody asked for it. I'm like, what? That should be plastered front and center. It should show the people, if you have this, and that, you should not get vaccinated. And if you get vaccinated, here's all the potential side effects. And then if you get any of these side effects, go to your physician or go here. That's completely irresponsible. Before I take any product, I always read the ingredients. I always read the label. I always read the warnings. So I know once I take it, buy it or whatever, I'm liable. I don't like to cast liability elsewhere. I like to take the liability on myself. When you think autonomous, that is the case. We have to take liability onto ourselves for our decisions. We want to point fingers so much. This country allows it too much. We need to take responsibility for our own decisions. But the only way people can do that responsibly is to be well-informed. And when they're not well-informed, then you have situations where things happen. So let's go a little further, all right? Let's go in. Shout out to Pastor Johnson in the building, all right? Hot trends, I see your point. You got a good point there. And if they don't want to do it, that's fine. But somebody needs to create these alternatives. But I'm going to show it to y'all, okay? And then I'm going to show you my diffuser that I got here. I guess I put it on the camera. I'll show you my diffuser. Here's my diffuser right here. I got this diffuser from Vitamin Shop. This is called the Pro Air Ultrasonic Essential Oil Diffuser. Okay. This is where I put all my essential oils in and put it in the atmosphere. Now, Some people do smudging with sage. I wouldn't recommend smudging. Some people, they use incense. I wouldn't use incense anymore. Not that it's bad to do, like in a sacrilegious sense, but simply because there are adverse side effects when you burn something and inhale it. When you have a diffuser or a vaporizer, you don't get those same adverse effects, okay? The only thing is that because these oils are so potent, you have to heavily water it down. And they give you instructions on how to do that. But this is my diffuser that I use here in my house, my family. So if anybody's not feeling well, if that ever happens, right, then we charge this up, and then we also dispense naturopathic stuff. In regards to health checkups, if we're only going to go to the doctor, it's just for like a wellness checkup. Hey, you're doing good, you're healthy, whatever. Everything else we take care of ourselves, right? So I'm going to explain why I have this based on scientific studies. I'm going to show you why I have a diffuser. Why I put oregano oil in there, or why I'll put olive oil in there from the essential oils, or lemongrass oil, or sage oil, or peppermint oil, or lavender oil. All of these things have different effects on the body, and we have various studies to demonstrate that. If you want one that works against, let's say, viruses and bacteria, they have essential oils that you can add for that as well. But when you go to the store and you purchase these essential oils, they cannot label it and say it's a cure or it's a treatment for disease. They're not going to say any of that, right? Because they can't, by law, they can't say that. And I'm not telling you any of this is going to cure anything. I'm not saying that. Disclaimer, I'm not telling you that, okay? I'm not trying to violate any FDA laws and stuff like that. I'm not telling you anything that I'm saying can treat or cure any illness, sickness, or disease. I'm just simply providing you the data so you can make a better informed decision on what to do. But what I'm saying is what I use in my house, I use a diffuser, okay? So let's go a little further. All right. Let me go in. All right. All right, Chris, holla at me on that. All right. All right. So let's go in. Let's go into this health thing. All right. Are y'all ready for this? Hit one if you're ready for this. Make sure you hit that thumbs up, family. I see a lot of y'all in here, but you're not hitting that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. Share this video. Hit subscribe and hit that bell so I can finish going in. We are hour and 21 minutes in. Come on, let me get this working so I can give y'all a chance to call in. Okay. Shema, incense is mostly for aromatherapy. I wouldn't use incense in order to help with any ailments. I would get a diffuser or a vaporizer to do that. Okay. And then, people are into CBD oil now, right? Which is hemp oil. You can get that as well and use that. That has its own benefits as well. It's not going to get you high. Okay. But it has its own benefits as well, right? That's like the new thing now is hemp oil or CBD oil, right? All right, everybody hit one. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up, family. Let's go. I don't know if y'all into health, but I think that this affects almost everybody. I think everybody needs this information. Everybody needs this information, family. Everybody needs this information, okay? And like I said, we got jobs. If y'all need jobs, we got jobs as well, okay? Holla at me. All right. So y'all said one. Let's go. Make sure you share this video everywhere. Share this video. This is extremely important for families. Even if they don't believe in Israelite stuff, I think they still need to see this information on health. All right. So make sure you share this video everywhere. Let me get started. Now, let's go in. Let's go in. All right. We about to go in real quick. What happened to? Oh, here we go. Let's go back. What just happened? Let me fix this. And then y'all remind me when I'm done to show you the other interview with me at the debate and the video, the 2-minute video of me ripping into Amon Ra Squad and Ankh. All right. Just remind me after I'm done with this so I can show you those quick videos. Okay. All right. So let me get rid of this. Let me add this. I want to show y'all this, man. I'm going to show you this information. Now, mind you, people want to debate me, and I want to debate people on this because I want to show them stuff. There was several questions that was asked. One question is, show us an alternative that's equally effective as vaccines. The second question is, show us where this was used by humans or animals in the wild where it was effective. And the third question was those two questions. Third question was, I forgot what the third question was that they asked me. Forgot what it was. But I'm gonna get into it. So what I'm gonna deal with today, I'm gonna go into measles. My presentation is gonna cover the entire schedule. Once I go into measles real quick, what I'm gonna do is show y'all the vaccination schedules. If you don't already know, the one for 18 years and younger and the one from 18 years and older, okay? Show you the vaccination schedule. And in my PowerPoint presentation, I'm going to address each pathogen, each disease. I'm gonna address each one that you see on the schedule. I'm gonna address each one, show you some viable alternatives to vaccinations for the demographic that does not want vaccinations, and the research that needs to be done, the funding that needs to be raised, and the steps that need to be taken to create a solution for that small demographic that is at risk, that can be putting the rest of the populace in a situation where everybody else is at risk. So we're addressing that small demographic that does not want vaccines to try and inspire the community to come up with or follow these steps and these suggestions, so that way we can protect those individuals. Okay, now there's things that you can do, right? But what I'm saying is, for a more permanent long-term solution that can be dispensed after doing more studies, we need research done in that way. But I'm going to show y'all some of this. Okay, all right, so let's go. So take a look at the screen. I'm going to show you this up. Take a look at the screen. All right, and those of you who ask for donations, you can either hit that super chat button to donate, or you can go to our Patreon. Okay, sign up for our Patreon. Okay, if we get one more Patreon subscriber, we in business. Okay, we'll be able to do our giveaway. All right. Okay, so let's go. All right. All right. Take a look at my screen, family. All right, see my screen? Take a look at my screen. All right, let me zoom in real quick. This is from Business Insider. All right, I'm gonna show you some stuff. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, I'm gonna show you something real quick. All right, so y'all gotta rock with me for a little bit. I'm about to show you something that is really interesting. Okay, really interesting. So just give me a second, and I'm gonna show you some stuff. Okay. All right. So this article right here is from the Business Insider. It says measles is spreading rapidly in New York City. 94 more people have gotten sick this month. Elsewhere, the infection has killed more than 1,200 since October. Now, I'm going to really show you guys something. All right, so pay attention. This is why we have to read between the lines and do our research. Okay, so follow me. All right, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Share this video everywhere. Everybody needs to see this, family. It's extremely important. Okay, now watch this. Watch this. Pedestrians walk near the Yeshiva Kahilath Yaakov School in the South Williamsburg neighborhood, April 9, 2019, in the Brooklyn borough of New York City. New York City has ordered all yeshivas in a heavily Orthodox Jewish section of Brooklyn to exclude from classes all students who weren't vaccinated against measles or face fines or possible closure. Okay. And you're probably asking yourself, why are these ultra-Orthodox Jews, why are they not getting vaccinations? Why are they not getting vaccinations? Interesting. It says measles is spreading around the globe. According to the Center for Disease Control, at least 626 people have gotten sick around the U.S. so far this year, near double the number of cases recorded in all of 2018. Globally, the World Health Organization reports that measles cases rose by 300% in the first 3 months in 2019. Measles is an extremely contagious virus. As one expert put it, people aren't vaccinated. When and where an outbreak occurs, the measles will find them. All right. Okay, let's keep going. Watch this. It says measles, an exceedingly contagious virus that can prompt a high fever, rashes, bumps, brain swelling, and even death. is spreading rapidly among unvaccinated populations around the globe. Unvaccinated people elsewhere from Brooklyn, New York to northern Madagascar. What Madagascar? Hold on, we're going to get there. Are discovering just how pervasive and contagious the virus can be in the absence of vaccinations. The World Health Organization reports that global case counts are up 300% this year compared with the same time last year. In the U.S., the official 2019 case count as of Monday was 626 people, well above 2018's total of 372 cases for the entire year. Measles is a very contagious disease. Robert Amler, Dean of New York Medical College and a former chief medical officer at the CDC, told Business Insider. Where there are susceptible populations, meaning people who are unvaccinated and who have not received natural immunity from an actual infection with the wild virus, listen to what you just heard, okay? Where those populations are, the measles virus will find them, right? The measles has hit children in Orthodox Jewish neighborhoods of New York particularly hard this year. The New York City Health Department has logged 334 measles cases in Brooklyn and Queens so far in 2019, and New York State has reported another 232 cases outside the city. The alarming New York measles outbreak follow another one in the Pacific Northwest that started in January and sickened at least 73 people, most of whom were unvaccinated kids. Now listen to the key word, most of whom. That means who's the people outside the most? Vaccinated people that got the measles. Vaccination. So you telling me you got people who are vaccinated with a measles vaccine and they still got the measles? Might be a small business, doesn't matter. People are still getting it. Okay. Dr. Amish Adalja at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security said these types of outbreaks were not such a regular occurrence in the U.S. just decades ago. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down. All right. For autism risk to mercury poisoning, here are 10 lies anti-vaxxers are spreading about the measles vaccine. We're not going to deal with agenda and conspiracies. I'm not dealing with none of that today. So let's keep going, okay? Now, look what they said. So they showed you all of this right now. What first thing that came to mind to me when I read this was, so who died? I don't see no casualties and no deaths. If somebody died, they didn't put it here in this article, which is extremely interesting. So you telling me that all these 600 plus people got the measles infection and nobody died? That is interesting. Now watch what they do, the sleight of hand. So they started telling you about New York, this is happening in New York. And then they jump to Madagascar, where they're saying that measles has killed at least 1,200 people since October. Now slow down. So you don't tell me nobody in New York died? There's 600 plus people that got measles and nobody died? And we're going to keep seeing. I was looking for this thing. So who died? Nobody died from this. So you tell me that the people who mostly got it, the unvaccinated demographic, they didn't die either? What? How come they didn't die? Were they treated? These are just the reported cases, the cases that they know about. How come they didn't die? So what they do is, because they ain't tell you about no deaths in New York, they take this entire article all the way over to Madagascar. Wait, let's read. It says, the measles is also sickening and killing babies and kids in unvaccinated corners of Madagascar, where, let's get the numbers. More than 1,117,075 people have contracted the virus since October 2018. That's incredible. But look what it says. The measles outbreak is the nation's biggest ever, but it's not happening because people are hesitant to vaccinate their children. Rather, it's because they don't have good access to vaccines or can't afford them. Now, let's slow down. 117,075 people contracted the virus, but only 1,200 people died? What? So wait. If we're doing the math here, family, what is the percentage? What is 1,200 to ratio to 117,075? What is the percentage, family? Is that even 1%? What is the percentage of deaths? Now we're talking about a third world country that don't have access to vaccines. 170,000 of them got the virus and only 1,200 died. Somebody do the math, because I did the math. Do the math and tell me what percentage is 1,200 compared to 117,075. Do the math for me. Take out your calculator. Do the math. Because this right here should raise flags. Like, wait, shouldn't all of them die if they're getting measles? Because I was told, measles is going to ravage you and leave you with brain issues. But we see there's no reports of nobody dying in New York who've contracted it. And out of 117,000 people in Madagascar, only 1,200 died in a third world country. Is that even 1%? So that 1% could have been saved if they got vaccinated, or if there was another alternative viable solution equivalent to vaccinations for people who don't want to get vaccinated or who don't have access, a cheaper means of them protecting themselves and their children. So if they cannot afford the vaccines, which are expensive to dispense, give them an alternative. And you could have saved 1,200 lives. So y'all do the math. I don't see nobody doing the math for me. Somebody do the math, okay? Watch this. The WHO, which is the World Health Organization, reports that at least 1,205 people in Madagascar had died from the measles in this outbreak so far. My child has been vaccinated and received the first injection, but he died because, are y'all listening to this? Watch this. My child had been vaccinated and received the first injection, but he died because we didn't have the means to go and get him the second injection. I couldn't afford to take him to the public hospital, so I took him to a quack to get the injection. What? That right there is irresponsible. But they said their child died because they couldn't afford to give them the second injection. That means when your child gets the first injection of that measles vaccine, that doesn't mean that they have 100% protection yet. There's a reason why they spread it out. I may not get into all those details tonight, but my vaccine lecture, which is going to be pretty lengthy, I'm probably going to talk about that. But look at this. That means your child can get the first shot and still die from measles later before getting the second shot. Okay. We didn't expect the fact that they were not vaccinated will kill them, right? Some patients in Madagascar are now lining up to get their kids vaccinated. One dose of the measles vaccine is 93% effective at preventing the measles, while the full course of 2 doses protects people 97% of the time. That means you have a 7% chance of catching measles, your child catching measles and dying from the first shot, but it goes up 4% with the second dose. Now, I'm not going to lie. These are good numbers, right? This shows the efficacy of vaccination, so I can't hate on that. But all I'm saying is if your child falls in the 7% or 3%, they can possibly die. There's a chance of that, right? Wow. Now watch this. Are y'all reading what I'm about to read? Let me highlight it for y'all. While no measles deaths have been reported yet in the U.S. this year, AMLA says access to good medical care shouldn't be the reason anyone chooses to forego their shots. Are y'all looking at what I'm reading to y'all? While no measles deaths. So you telling me, wait, let's scroll up. You telling me in New York, you have over 626 plus people. And I went back and looked at the CDC statistics, which I think their latest statistics, it charts it to September. So this article was done in April. So from April to September, I think the number went up like 40 or something like that, maybe 50. I'm not sure. But they didn't record any deaths. This article tells you there's nobody in the U.S. as of this year who have died, as of this article, who has died of measles. Wait a second. Are you telling me that people can catch measles and beat it without a vaccination? Again, I'm not telling y'all don't get vaccinated. I'm not saying that. I'm simply showing you what the article says. The article is telling you nobody died. So all these people caught measles and nobody died. I didn't write this article. I didn't make this up. Yes, they use gelatin in vaccination. So when you get injected, if it's a vaccine that has gelatin in it, then you'll be unclean, right? So I'm not telling you not to do it because it has gelatin in it. I'm just simply saying gelatin is one of the additives, and gelatin, people also have adverse reactions to gelatin, which we're going to see in an article that shows you vaccines and side effects, right? We're about to get into that. I just simply read for you that nobody died of vaccinations. I simply read for you that 117,000 people in Madagascar got measles and only 1,200 of them died. I asked somebody to do the percentage. ELOC 2020 says it's 0.01%. So you telling me that they scare us in getting measles vaccinations because they tell you what the potential of the measles virus, what it can do. Measles can really ravage your body. So I'm not gonna front, or I'm not going to dilute that. But what I'm simply telling you is that in a first world country, it's very rare that people die of measles when they contract it. And this article is, I don't work for the Business Insider. I'm not, who's this person? I'm not Hillary Bruick. I didn't write this article. I'm simply reading what we have here in the Business Insider, that they're telling you 600 plus people got measles in Brooklyn and none of them died. And in the US, nobody died who has contracted it. And they said most of the people in Brooklyn that caught it were unvaccinated, but the percentage outside the most were vaccinated and they still got it. Wow. But nobody died, whether vaccinated or unvaccinated. Nobody died from measles. Okay. Ace, yes, Samoa did. And that was what they brought up at the debate, right? I'm not going to touch on that in what I'm about to do right now, but in my vaccination lecture, I'm going to do case studies and I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to show you one of the case studies now, Madagascar, but then I'm also going to show you. Now, what I'm going to do is account, why did 1,200 people, what was the probable cause of why 1,200 people died in Madagascar out of the 117,000 that contracted measles, as opposed to nobody dying in the US when they get measles? I'm going to show you what I propose is the reason why, okay, to answer that. And what we can continue to do to equip ourselves so that way, even if we encounter it, because the purpose of the vaccination is so that you can produce antibodies, okay? And there's a process that goes from your innate immune system to your adaptive immune system that is responsible for these things. Your T cells are responsible for being triggered by APCs or antigen presenting cells. And then the T cells, they become active and they wage or launch war, like a heat, what is that called? Heat seeking missile, where they are primed for a specific virus, but they also trigger B cells that either can have the antibodies attached to them, or they can release those antibodies into the bloodstream, right? And these things happen in your lymph nodes, right? But then you also have your thymus and other areas that helps with the prompting and building up of these leukocytes or white blood cells. And then your antibodies are responsible for attaching onto the protein surface, because you have enveloped viruses and non-enveloped viruses, right? It has to do with the covering that some of the capsids had. And they attach to them, which then triggers the immune system to attack it. And what it does is that it minimizes the virus from actually penetrating into the cell, right? So the body T cells, they're the generals and they launch the war. But first, the body has to encounter it by your innate immune cells, right? Your neutrophils, your macrophages, etc. That's responsible for waging the first attack against these viruses when it comes into your body. When these viruses infect cells, they hide in the cells and they hijack the nucleus and force the nucleus to replicate more virions for them. But when a cell is injured, there's two ways that it can deal with that injury by a viral infection. Either it can go through a process called apoptosis, which is programmed cell death, where it identifies something is wrong, and it's a lot of this function operates in the mitochondria, that it identifies that something is wrong and it triggers the cell to kill itself, break up in small pieces so that macrophages can come and eat it up and get rid of it, right? Or it presents a sample of what's going on inside on the cell surface, so that way white blood cells can come by, check in on the cell, see something is wrong, and like your cytotoxic T cells can go and kill that cell, okay? Or natural killer cells, they can also do the same thing too when there's injury, but they work differently in regards to how they assess and how they attack the cells when the cells are compromised. So I'm not going to go too deep into it right now. Again, like I said, I love this stuff. I could talk on it for hours, for days, for weeks, but I'm simply trying to give you some insight on how immunology works in regards to the body. So if we're looking at this and we're saying, okay, how come 1,200 people died in Madagascar? Why are they dying? They're simply telling you, oh, it's because they didn't have access to vaccinations. But what about the other 116,000 that didn't have access and they lived? Why are they living and the 1,200 dying? There's a reason for that. And I'm going to show you what that reason is. Let's transition, okay? But before we go there, let's go read something real quick, all right? This I pulled from NYC Health. You see it down. It's www.nyc.gov/site/ Department of Health DOH/health topics /measles. And the reason why I went here instead of CDC is because this is in relation to what we see to happen in Brooklyn. It says, measles is a virus that causes fever and a rash. It is highly contagious, and anyone who is not vaccinated against the virus can get it at any age. Now, look at this. Viruses have a pathogenic cycle, okay? When you are vaccinated, you can still get measles. But what happens is it doesn't go through the entire pathogenic or pathogenesis, right? Where it begins and it, so the entire pathology of the disease from the time when you're infected to the time where it actually causes widespread disease, and the symptoms you see is typically pretty much the immune system trying to control everything. And the point I'm saying is that everybody will encounter measles. You will be infected by measles, but if you are vaccinated, it just won't overrun you. Its pathogenesis will be short and the body will be able to deal with it because you've already been primed and your adaptive immune system is now, on the front lines with your innate immune system to control everything, right? But if you've not been vaccinated, then you could potentially go through all the cycles of the pathology of the disease, which is caused by the virus itself, okay? So it says, although measles is not widespread in the United States because of high vaccination rates, it is still common in other parts of the world. Measles is common in Europe, Asia, Africa, parts of South America. It is sometimes brought into the United States by unvaccinated travelers who return with measles infection. That's not true. Somebody can have a vaccination and just immediately contract measles and then spread it to other people as soon as they catch it, before the immune system is able to control it because it's been vaccinated. Now watch. Measles is contagious. It's spread through the air when an infected person sneezes or coughs. A person will be contagious 4 days before the rash appears and for 4 days after the rash appears. They are no longer contagious, listen to this, on the 5th day after the rash started. The virus can remain in the air for up to 2 hours. Now, if you have virucidals, right, or bactericidals, these are cidal, like you hear suicidals when you kill yourself, homicidals when you kill somebody of the same kind. Cidal is just something that kills something, right? So if you have essential oils that are bactericidals, virucidals, or whatever the case may be, and you put it in the air and the air is infiltrated with it, then you will potentially be able to kill any airborne virus or bacteria, right? And then you will prime your system so that way you'll have the components and compounds in your body to help protect you when you encounter this disease, because it goes to show that even if you've been vaccinated, you can still get the disease. Let's keep going. Vaccination is the best way to prevent measles. Anyone who has received 2 doses of a measles-containing vaccine is considered immune and unlikely to get measles. And they go into the MMR vaccine, the side effects they get into, the symptoms, if you get it, treatment. There's no specific medicine to treat the measles virus. Most of the time, people will get measles will get better on their own. Wait, let me read that again. Hold on. Most of the time, people with measles will get better on their own. Now, let's keep reading. Outbreak in Brooklyn, 2018-2019, which we just read. As of September 3rd, 2019, 649 cases were confirmed in NYC between September 2018 and August 2019. Community transmission was declared over on September 3rd. During the outbreak, 33,805 doses of the MMR vaccine was administered to people younger than 19 years old in Williamsburg and Borough Park. Now, when they saw this happen, they went into that community, like we just saw, the Orthodox Jews, and they forced the kids to get the vaccinations. Now, people had already contracted it before being vaccinated, and they didn't die. They lived. That means after you survive coming into contact with measles, whether vaccinated or unvaccinated, and you live, you automatically have immunity, because the vaccinations, all it does is accelerates the process that the body already does in its own. The difference is the reason why you get vaccinated, because you don't know how many of these virions that you're going to be exposed to at any given time. You could be overrun by billions of them, and the body cannot fight back, and you probably will die. But if you have the antibodies, you can neutralize most of them. So that way the immune system can then jump into place and get busy. You know what I'm saying? So with people who are unvaccinated, if you come into contact and you survive it, you have the same immunity as a person who was vaccinated. The only difference is you're at a higher risk because your body is not prepared to fight it initially. So you may be overrun, you may have severe symptoms, and you may possibly die or have long-term injury, okay? But nobody has died in New York City out of 600 people that got it. So I just want y'all to understand what is going on here. And I'm not going to say it's fear-mongering, fear tactics. I don't want to use those words. Those are conspiratorial terms. I'm not going to use that. What I'm simply trying to tell you guys is we don't see nobody dying from that in America. We don't see that. It's very rare that people die from it, even when they're unvaccinated. And there's a reason why, as opposed to someplace like Madagascar. Let's keep moving. Okay. This right here is from the San Francisco Center for Disease Control and Prevention.org. It says, is measles serious? For most people who get measles, the illness is not serious and gets better on its own. Wait, what? I thought I needed a vaccination, yo. And again, I'm not telling y'all don't get vaccinated. I'm reading this from the website. I didn't write this. It starts with fever, cough, runny nose, red, watery eyes. After a few days, a rash develops and lasts about a week. However, for some people who get measles, the disease can be more serious. But they just said the illness is not serious and gets better on its own. This is why you don't see nobody dying from it in the US. So even when they talk about the unvaccinated populace or that demographic that they don't care nothing about, that's not getting vaccinated for measles, which they also vaccinate you for mumps and rubella at the same time, they're not dying from it. And their body is developing a natural immunity. So for that audience, what do you tell them? Do you tell them, oh, you still need to get vaccinated if they're not dying from measles? Come on, man. This is deep. This is deep. This is deep. All right. So it says, what happens when the disease is more serious? Measles can affect other parts of the body. About 8 per 100 people will get measles will get diarrhea. 7 per 100 get a middle ear infection. And 6 per 100 get pneumonia, which is lung infection with trouble breathing. About 1 in 1,000 people with measles get encephalitis, a serious brain infection. Measles illness during pregnancy can cause early labor, miscarriage, and low birth weight in infants. Measles in people with AIDS or weak immune system can be very severe. In the U.S., people can still die from measles, about 2 per 1,000, usually related to pneumonia and encephalitis. So that means measles don't kill you. Another opportunistic disease kills you, okay? Because you've been weakened by the disease. Same thing with HIV and AIDS. You die from opportunistic diseases, okay? It says, is there a treatment for measles? There's no medicine that kills the measles virus once someone develops measles. Most people with measles get better by themselves. They should rest, drink plenty of fluids, and can take Tylenol to reduce the fever and feel more comfortable. People who are severely ill develop pneumonia, middle ear infection, or diarrhea to discuss treatment with their doctor. What treatment are we discussing if they're saying that there's nothing that can kill the disease and there's no treatment? Okay, never mind. Although no medicine will make measles virus go away, there may be a role for other medicines such as antibiotics and treating other possible reasons for infection. Antibiotics do not work on viruses. So I don't even know why they put that there. Antibiotics do not work on viruses. They work on bacteria. When you understand how antibiotics work, where they're derived from, and its mode of action, you know that they don't work on viruses. But that's neither here nor there. That's just me knowing this stuff and reading and knowing people that's in the medical field. And it's just me knowing stuff. And I'm just pointing things out for you, all right? How is measles passed to others? Is it true that some people can't get measles? Yes. Some people are immune to measles, meaning that their body has already learned how to fight off the virus and they won't become sick. People can become immune to measles in 2 ways. Natural immunity. Those who got sick with measles early in life will be immune afterwards and they won't get it again. Wait, what? Wait. Is this from CDC? The San Francisco Department of Public Health? What? Is it saying that you can get natural immunity? Oh, I didn't write this. This is not from no quack website. They're saying that you can either get natural immunity or vaccine-based immunity. Okay. All right. I'm gonna fall back. Let's keep going. What does it mean to be exposed to measles? Someone has been exposed to measles. How does public health determine if they are immune? And they tell you if they're born before 1957, blah, blah. They give you all this stuff. You can go back and check it out yourself. I want to move forward. You can read this for yourself. You can go right to the website. The website for this is right here. Okay, this is the website. You can pause it, take a screenshot, whatever. This is the website. Okay, let's move forward. Here's an article that you can download yourself. Okay. And mind you, one of the things that the people who are pro-vaccine said to me is like, what's your response if you get measles? What you going to do? I said, well, you know what? Chances are my body will develop natural immunity. No, that's pseudo. I said, it is. I said, do y'all read the CDC website? So, no, you can't get, they told me you cannot get natural immunity from measles. This is what they said to me. I just showed you that you can. See, they don't read articles like what I'm about to show y'all, right? I read this stuff. I know all of these medical terms, right? I know what CD4 plus and CD8. I know what these T cells are. I know what all of this jargon means because I read this all the time. I know what it is. So I know that they're not reading all of these articles. They probably read an article or two. They're not really reading really deep into it. And because they're not reading deep, they say stuff that's off the wall, like, oh, you can't have natural immunity to measles. I'm like, yo, name me somebody that died from measles in the US. What's the percentage of people dying? Remember the outbreak in Brooklyn? How many people died? They have no answers for me because they don't know, because they're not doing the research. So how can I be pseudo when I'm reading from you from official sources? I'm not making this stuff up. I'm not showing you my work on this or some quack website or some. I'm simply showing y'all what the data is. They're just not aware. Measles is an acute systematic viral infection with immune system interactions that play essential roles in multiple stages of infection and disease. Measles virus, which goes by the acronym MEV, infection does not induce type 1 interferons, which is important because they interfere with the production and proliferation of viruses, but leads to production of cytokines and chemokines, which are different ways of signaling between cells, okay? Associated with nuclear factor kappa light chain enhancer of activated B cells, NFKB. When you understand how B cells work, you understand what that is. Signaling activation of NACHT, LRR, and PYD domains containing protein LRRP3, inflammasome, which is something that signals an inflammatory response or swelling or a dilation of certain arteries so that white blood cells can get to the point of injury or where the cell's been infected or whatever the case may be. This restricted response allows extensive virus replication and spread during a clinically silent latent period of 10 to 14 days. So what they're showing you is how the virus is able to evade the immune system. The first appearance of the disease is a 2 to 3 day prodrome of fever, runny nose, cough, and conjunctivitis that is followed by a characteristic maculopapular rash that spreads from the face and trunk to the extremities. The rash is a manifestation, watch this, of MEV, which is what? Measles virus, specific type 1 CD4 and CD8 T cell adaptive immune response with lymphocyte infiltration into tissue sites of MEV replication and coincides with clearance of infectious virus. What does this mean? That means it shows you that certain T cells are activated, and when they respond, that's when you get the rash, okay, over a period of time. I'm trying to break it down for you as simply as possible, okay? This is a very complex study, and it takes a lot of time of reading this and knowing people in the field to explain certain terms to you to know what occurs. When I bring up some of these terms, like to Ankh, he's like, what is this guy saying? Like, and I'm like, damn, I got to dumb it down for this guy. Because if I was to say all this stuff to him, to explain to him how I know that you can get natural immunity, because I understand how this works, the dude's mind would be blown because he can't take this. If there's too much information for him, okay? But let's keep going. It says, however, clearance of viral RNA from blood and tissue occurs over weeks to months after resolution of the rash and associated with a period of immunosuppression. What does that mean? That means once the T cells is launching this attack that's riling up almost every cell to do something, this is when you get the rash. Now what the T cells have to do after they've gotten the virus under control, now over time there's immunosuppression. Now certain signals are sent out to tell all of these other active areas that's commencing the immune response to chill out, and that takes time because that's called clearance. All right, it takes time. However, during viral RNA clearance, MEV-specific antibody also matures in type and avidity, and T cell functions evolve from type 1 to type 2 and 17 responses that promote B cell development. Recovery is associated with sustained levels of neutralizing antibody and lifelong protective immunity. So when you recover for it, you have antibodies that's produced by your B cells, all right, that neutralize the virus if you encounter it again. And now you are provided with lifelong protective immunity because now you have T cells that have memory and that remembers the battle, and they replicate and create more T cells that when they encounter it, they launch an offensive, and you have the antibodies from the B cells that continue to release these antibodies that's going to neutralize the virus, and now the body will have an upper hand the next time it encounters its enemy. Very simple. This right here is the mode of action on how you are infected by the virus and how the body responds to it. Is the death from this, is you're only susceptible to the death if there are other ailments and diseases and infections that you get on top of this, and or if you're malnourished or have malnutrition. See, I'm gonna get into this. I'm gonna try to go a little further along. Again, I wanted to do this in my lecture. I'm gonna go through each and every virus that is there on that vaccine schedule, and I'm gonna read to you. And I'm just giving you the abstract. This thing goes deep. You think there's people that's reading all of this? I read all of this. I love it. This is why I want people to debate me, because I understand these things. I want them to debate me. This stuff, to me, I love this stuff. Let's look at this. Epidemiologic studies have shown that the level of neutralizing antibodies at the time of exposure to WT virus in the community is a good indicator of protection from infection, with higher titers needed to prevent infection than to prevent disease, which is the rash. So pretty much the disease is the symptoms of the infection, okay? And most of the time your symptoms is based on how the body is responding to the infection, okay? High avidity antibodies are required to neutralize CD150 mediated WT-MEV infection of lymphoid cells. Because CD4 plus T cell help is required for isotype and affinity maturation of antibody secreting cells, B cell memory, and maturation of CD8 plus T cell memory, a cellular immune response is also important for the indication of protective immunity. Now, if you have not been vaccinated and you may have at some point encountered measles virus and you went through it and didn't know you went through it, right? You thought it was some other kind of rash and you're going crazy, whatever. In the future, if you want to know if you have protective immunity, you'll simply go to the doctor, tell them you want blood work done, and you want them to look for neutralizing antibodies for the measles virus. If they find those antibodies in your system, guess what? You have natural immunity now. It's that simple. Again, I'm not telling you do not get vaccinated. I'm simply giving you the data and the information so you know what's going on. And I'm only doing this with measles. I'm going down the whole list in my lecture. Please, family, donate. Okay, you can send a super chat right now if you want. You can join up my Patreon. When you donate, you provide resources, financial resources, so this R&D can be taking place either by me or my associates of KHM. So we can bring this information to you guys, because it takes a lot of time, energy, effort to read through all of this stuff, to peruse through all this information and be able to give a layman's term breakdown of it, and then give you suggestions, educational suggestions. We're not giving prescriptions because we're not physicians. Even though some people on my team are licensed RNs and some of them used to be medical doctors, but that's neither here nor there. But we still use this disclaimer, so that way we're letting you know we're just educating you, okay? So hit the thumbs up button, share this video with everybody that you know may benefit from this information, which should be everybody. I'm simply reading you the data from official sources, whether it's from a medical journal, scientific journal, CDC's website, Public Institute of Health, NYC.gov. I'm giving you official sites with data explaining this stuff to you. Okay. All right. Let's keep moving. I want to give you this article real quick before we get into Madagascar, because the main issue with Madagascar and why they're having problems in Madagascar is this: malnutrition and infection, complex mechanisms and global impacts. Like I said, I read this stuff all the time. I love it. But let me give it to y'all. I'm just gonna read this abstract here, okay? Activation and sustenance of immune responses during infection requires increased energy consumption. Protein energy malnutrition is a critical yet underestimated factor in susceptibility to infection, including the big three infectious diseases: HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. In this article, we discuss current concepts and controversies surrounding the complex influences of malnutrition on infection and immunity, and point to practical consequences of countermeasures in acute malnutrition. We call for new strategies to overcome worldwide morbidity and mortality caused by chronic malnutrition in impoverished countries and by the newly emerging public health threat of overnutrition in industrialized societies, which is us, overnutrition. So if you look at malnutrition, this is how it works. Malnutrition, impaired child development, compromised immunity, infection, disease, energy loss, reduced productivity, poverty, impaired development of education and health system, and socioeconomic and political instability, and the cycle goes on. Protein energy malnutrition increases prevalence of infection, leading to energy loss for the individual. On the community level, this burden reduces productivity, including food production, and perpetuates the relentless spiral of further malnutrition, infection, disease, poverty, and socioeconomic political instability. Okay? So it says malnutrition and infection. Malnutrition increases risk of infection. PEM is a common cause of secondary immune deficiency and susceptibility to infection in humans. This causal relationship is further supported by animal studies. They show you acute PEM, phagocytosis, which you get from your macrophages, RNIs, antigen presentation, which is your APCs, leukocyte extravasation, inflammation, T cell. So it's telling you acute PEM, right? The response mechanisms affected. All of these are affected when there's a deficiency of active PEM, which means it happens maybe one time. Chronic means it's ongoing. Overnutrition is what we face here, the effects of us here, and diabetes and how the response mechanisms are affected, promoted, and then the infections. So now with acute PEM, opportunistic respiratory and intestinal infections, helminths, tuberculosis, measles, influenza. So wait, if you have acute PEM, which is the deficiency, a malnutrition deficiency, it affects all of these immune responses, which you need to wage a battle. And then one of the infections that can then lay hold of you is measles. And this is all talking about how it affects third world countries that don't have access to good nutrition, good nourishment, and vaccinations. Did I write this, family? Or I'm just simply reading for you this article that you can get for free online and read it for yourself. I don't know how many of y'all want to read through all of this. I don't know how many of y'all want to read through this. It's great information. Excellent information. But I'm not going to read through all of this. What I'm simply trying to explain to you is, how do you account for those 1,200 individuals in Madagascar that died as opposed to the 116,000 or 115,000, 160,000 that didn't die in a third world country? And how do you account for the fact that nobody's dying here in the US? Well, if we keep going to this overnutrition, industrialized societies, overnutrition has opportunistic and fungal infections. You don't see measles here. Okay? You do not see measles here. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Yes? No? Hit that thumbs up, family. Okay? Hit that thumbs up. Share this video. Subscribe if you're new. I'm simply giving you the information. And we're only dealing with measles for right now. All of this will be in my PowerPoint presentation. Okay? Now let's keep moving. Look at this article here. Let's zoom in. Okay? This is from the World Bank. You can go www.worldbank.org, all right? And this is the Strategic Impact Evaluation Fund, right? Where they should dispense money to fix certain problems in other countries, right? Now watch this. This research area down here is early childhood nutrition, development, and health, right? But let's read up here. Madagascar, listen to this, has one of the highest rates of childhood stunting in the world. Over half of children are chronically malnourished, and more than 1/4 are severely malnourished. Researchers will evaluate the impact and cost effectiveness of combining different nutrition and child development interventions to help the government of Madagascar optimize the impact of its community-based nutrition program on nutritional and child development outcomes. Stunting as a result of chronic malnutrition during gestation and early childhood for the first 1,000 days has lifelong implications well beyond physical size. Research has shown that stunting by the age of 2 years predicts poor cognitive, language, and behavioral development, higher rates of morbidity and mortality, and worse longer-term outcomes, including labor market participation. Effective and high-impact programs that improve nutrition in the first 1,000 days from conception to age 2 are essential to helping children achieve their developmental potential. Given the interplay of so many factors that can have an effect on a child's healthy development, governments are focusing on better nutrition and improved feeding practices for pregnant women and children. Now, if you want to know if you're short, a lot of times your height is due to a degree of stunting based on the amount of nutrition you receive from the time you come out that womb to 2 years of age. That period of time is crucial to giving children the most nutrition as possible, so their growth, not just in height, but just in general, will not be stunted over a longer period of time as they get older. Okay, I'm just dropping gems for you, but I'm showing you that they have one of the highest rates of child stunting in the world, and they have one of the highest rates of malnourishment and malnutrition in the country. Let's read this here real quick. This is from the Borgen Project. You can look at this, okay, and read what the Borgen Project is. 5 facts about malnutrition in Madagascar. Let me scroll down. Let's go here. Number 2, malnutrition worsens the measles outbreak. As the measles outbreak continues to worsen in Madagascar, children are at the highest risk for disease. 70% of deaths caused by measles complications are of children ages 14 and under, and nearly half of the child-age population in Madagascar is still susceptible to the highly contagious disease. All right, Direct Relief is working with the Ministry of Public Health to decrease malnutrition in Madagascar to fight against measles. They have implemented vitamin A vaccines. Wait, so you telling me if you increase your vitamin A, because you're supposed to have 2,000 IUs per day, but anytime you're in the healing stage, we're supposed to have a little bit more. It says they use that to treat children with measles, and the vitamin also improves nutrition. So you're saying that vitamin A is critical and crucial to make sure you're getting your daily value percentage intake in order for you to combat measles? Yes. I'm not making this up. Since 2013, Direct Relief has been present in Madagascar to help during epidemics and to support child health. Then it goes, stunting is dangerous effect of malnutrition. We just read this about measles, family. So we know why those 117,000 people contracted it and why 1,200 people died because of malnutrition. I just showed you the data. I didn't make this up. Let's keep going. I'm almost done. This goes into the nutrition, the NLIS country profile, right? It says, what are the current states of indicators contributing to a comprehensive view of nutrition for health and development in Madagascar? Choose your country below and find selected national data on the NLIS country website, right? This is the Nutritional Landscape Information System. You guys can look this up. Again, I read this stuff for countries all the time. When we talk about Samoa, I got it on Samoa, but this is not what this is about right now. But look at this. Child malnutrition. Underweight is the red. Stunting is the blue. Wasting away is the yellow. And overweight. Now, you're not going to see a lot of overweight here. You mostly see that here in industrialized societies like America. But in these places, the malnutrition mostly affects, the prevalence is 55.5% for stunting. And right behind that is underweight. And then 10% is your wasting weight, 97. But in 2008, 2009, look what they did. They had a great way of dealing with the wasting and the underweight. And now it's mostly the stunting. But this was in 2008, 2009. These numbers fluctuate all the time. Now, I'm showing you something that's very interesting, and we're going to keep going into it, right? You see the malnutrition in women, which is it's much less than what we see in the children. But because there's children still be affected by malnutrition, they are now more susceptible to measles infection and death from measles. Vitamin and mineral deficiencies. Remember we read about vitamin A. Let's read this. Clinical vitamin A deficiency in women. History of night blindness during most pregnancy. It shows you it's 7.5 is the value and the score. You can get more details if I click on this, but I'm not going to click on it. But let's go here. Subclinical vitamin A deficiency and preschool age children is 42.1 is the value. This is why they are dying from measles in Madagascar. They simply want you to believe it's because of a lack of vaccinations. Vaccinations help, and I'm not against that. But what I'm saying is that there's people who are not vaccinated and they beat measles naturally. And I showed you from official websites that say this. I'm not telling you my opinion. So when you take the time and you really peruse through the data, the information, interpretation of the data, and you see this stuff, then when you encounter people that says, well, show me with measles, you got an alternative to measles. Well, you know what's an alternative to measles? According to the CDC website, natural immunity. According to NYC.gov, Public Institute of Health, or they Public Health Institute, natural immunity, vitamin A. Yo, and they want to debate me on this? Really? Y'all still want to debate after seeing this? Okay. If you still want to debate, let me know. We could do it. Now I'm going to end it off, and I'm going to show you with viable alternatives that have high potential where we need to invest our money and our research into so we can create viable solutions that is equivalent to a vaccination so that way we can protect the populace or the demographic that does not want vaccines. We need to administer something to them so they don't die from it and they also do not infect other people, okay? Especially that baby situation I told you about by walking in and walking out the hospital, all right? So here we have something right here. Antiviral natural products and herbal medicines, okay? Let's zoom in a little bit more. Y'all can get all these articles for free online. I don't have anything that you cannot get. Well, I do have stuff that you can get, but I don't really show y'all that stuff. I really show you the stuff that you can get yourself so you can go back and cross-reference and fact check what I'm telling you. I'm not making this up. I'm not making anything up. My interpretation comes based on the data. This is called Antiviral Natural Products and Herbal Medicines, right? Abstract. Viral infections play an important role in human diseases, and recent outbreaks in the advent of globalization and ease of travel have underscored their prevention as a critical issue and safeguarding public health. Despite the progress made in immunization and drug development, many viruses lack preventive vaccines and efficient antiviral therapies, which are often beset by the generation of viral escape mutants. Thus, identifying a novel antiviral drug or antiviral drugs is of critical importance, and natural products are an excellent source for such discoveries. In this mini review, we summarize the antiviral effects reported for several natural products and herbal medicines, right? Viruses are responsible for a number of human pathogeneses, including cancer, several hard-to-cure diseases and complex syndromes, including Alzheimer's disease, type 1 diabetes, hepatocellular carcinoma have been associated with viral infection. Anytime you see HEPA, that has to do with the liver, right? In most cases. Moreover, due to increased global travel and rapid urbanization, epidemic outbreaks caused by emerging and re-emerging viruses represent a critical threat to public health, particularly when preventive vaccines and antiviral therapies are unavailable. So how do you help people in developing countries and people in industrialized countries that don't want to get vaccines? What alternative do you provide them? They say examples include the recent emergence of dengue virus, influenza virus, measles virus, severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS virus, and West Nile virus outbreaks. To date, however, many viruses remain without effective immunization, and only few antiviral drugs are licensed for clinical practice. The situation is further exacerbated by the potential development of drug-resistant mutants, especially when using viral enzyme-specific inhibitors, which significantly dampers drug efficacy. Hence, there is an urgent need to discover novel antivirals that are highly efficacious and cost-effective for the management and control of viral infections when vaccines and standard therapies are lacking. That is all I am presenting and proposing. That is it. I'm not against vaccines. I'm saying for that demographic that does not want vaccines, and then people that live in third world countries that don't have access to antiviral therapies and or vaccines, what alternative cost-effective solutions that are equally as potent as the vaccinations are we offering them? Herbal medicines and purified natural products provide a rich resource of novel antiviral drug development. Identification of the antiviral mechanisms for these natural agents has shed light on where they interact with the viral life cycle, such as viral entry, replication, assembly, and release, as well as on the targeting of virus host-specific interactions. In this brief report, we summarize the antiviral activities from several natural products and herbal medicines against most notable viral pathogens, including coronary virus, COV, Coxsackie virus, CV, dengue virus, enterovirus, hepatitis V virus, hepatitis C virus, herpes simplex virus, HIV, influenza, measles, MEV or MV, and respiratory syncytial virus, RSV. Now, when we read this, it goes in depth. Let's just scroll down. We're just doing measles for right now. Let's go to measles, right? Measles. Measles is an enveloped negative sense ssRNA virus of the morbillivirus genus and the Paramyxoviridae family. MV causes measles, an acute infection of the respiratory system characterized by fever, conjunctivitis, coughing, runny nose, nausea, and generalized macular red rash over the body. Complications can occur leading to pneumonia, encephalitis, which is brain swelling, which can be potentially fatal. Although highly contagious through contact of respiratory droplets or airborne aerosols, immunization against measles given as a 3-part MMR vaccination has made MV infection relatively uncommon in developed countries such as the US. A recovery usually follows uncomplicated MV infection. There are currently no antiviral treatments for measles. Despite the existence of a successful vaccine against MV, the virus remains a major killer of children in developing countries, which we saw in Madagascar as a case study. Another serious problem in the reemergence of measles in vaccinated populations and in non-immunized adults, as highlighted by outbreaks in recent years. These issues emphasize MV's medical importance and the need to develop suitable drug therapies. Efforts have been made identifying natural products that inhibit MV and include a number of East and Southeast traditional medicines. The herbal decoction Sheng Ma Ge Gen Tang, the Cherokee remedy Spice Bush, plant biflavonoids isolated from Rus succedanea, Garcinia multiflora, calcium spirulina from blue-green algae Spirulina plantensis, Crotalus dorysis, pteryphysis snake venom, okay, and several Rwandan and Ugandan medicinal plant extracts, among others previously reviewed. In addition, several traditional dietary herb additives of the Maasai tribe, look them up, including Olinia rochetinia and Warburgia ugandensis, have been reported to inhibit MV infection in vitro. Now, let's keep going. Another example is the plant of Cajanus cajun, which have been recently suggested to possess anti-MV activity, although the bioactive constituents remain elusive. I mean, they're still studying to see which components act on which stage of the viral cycle. The two tanius chebulagic acid and punicalagin also show robust effects against MV infection, particularly by inactivating the virus particles, interrupting the binding and fusion phases during viral entry, and preventing post-infection virus spread. And there's all of these sources. You can look at other articles that speak on everything that I just referenced here from this article. And it says chebulagic acid and punicalagin could therefore serve as potential entry inhibitors of measles virus. Okay, So entry inhibitors is a pathway that is utilized for the virus to actually enter into the cell. Very simple, right? I'm just dealing with measles. Let's switch over to another screen real quick. I want to show you something that actually complements this, okay? Give me a second. What happened to this image? Okay, hold on. Let me add this image. Where's this image at? Hold on, family. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay, there we go. All right, give me a second. I got it. All right, there we go. I don't know if this is going to work. Let me do this. Let me do, yeah, this will be better. Let's get rid of that. Okay, this will be better. All right. So let me switch over for y'all real quick. All right. Let me zoom in for 1 second. I want to show you something. Okay. Let me zoom in so y'all can see. Let's go to measles right here. Okay. Now, this is what is complementing, this image complements the article I just read from you, right? And then we're going to look here. Herbal prescription of Shang Ma Gi Gen Tang. It has antiviral effect and may be modulated by TNF, which is tumor necrosis factor alpha stimulation, right? Cherokee remedy spice, which they said is unclear of its efficacy, not of its efficacy, but of its mode of action. Bioflavonoids of Rus Sadenea and Garcinia multiflora, as well as their methyl ethers and acetates. It's unclear how its mode of action works on the virus, but it has results on it. Calcium spirulina from blue-green algae, which is Spirulina platensis. And I take Spirulina almost all the time when I get smoothies and stuff like that. I try to get 1 or 2 a week, right? Crotalus dorissus terrificus, which is snake venom, probably virucidal or targets viral entry. Extracts for xanthoxylum and calibium and Warburgia ugandensis is unclear. Olina rochentiania or Warburgia ugandensis neutralize virus particles, so that way you cannot have viral entry. Stem and root extract of Cajanus cajun is unclear. Chebulagic acid and punocollagen isolated from Terminalia tubula rets inactivate free virus particles. It interferes with viral binding, fusion, and post-infection cell-to-cell spread. So this really has a full spectrum effect on various life cycles of the virus, okay? So these things are here, and they do work, and I'm going to get in for you real quick into the spirulina, and then I'm going to end off on this, right? What I'm simply trying to show you guys is the level of research we do here at KHM under the guise of naturopathic eating. When we do our educational seminars, right, we give people all of this information. Like we show it to them, we explain it to them so that they're educated to make better, well-informed decisions. Now, maybe this might be not be the most exciting information in the world, right, to people who subscribe to this channel, but all of this stuff is critical and crucial, man. Even if it's not for you, give it to somebody else, okay? All right. So let's get back to where we was at real quick. All right, and let's wrap this up, okay? Now, I'll just read the abstract of this, and I'm going to move on over to the spirulina, right, or cyanobacterium, okay? But let's read this real quick. Let me zoom in. I'm almost done, fam. I'm almost done. Right? Virucidal and synergistic activity of polyphenol-rich extracts of seaweeds against measles virus. So seaweeds can also be used against measles virus. Interesting, right? But it's the extract and the isolate that's been extracted. And then from there, you do what? Look at the concentration, dosage, application, and then you look at everything else, right? Let's look at this. Although preventable by vaccination, measles still cause thousands of deaths among young children worldwide. Discovery of new antivirals is a good approach to control new outbreaks that cause such death. In this study, we tested the antiviral activity against measles virus, MEV, of polyphenol-rich extracts coming from 5 seaweeds collected and cultivated in Mexico. An MTT assay was performed to determine cytotoxicity effect, and antiviral activity was measured by syncytia reduction assay and confirmed by qPCR. PPs from Eclonia arborea, formerly Eschenia arborea, or Soliferia filiformis, showed the highest selectivity index, SI, respectively. Both PPs extracts were selected to the subsequent experiments owing to their high efficacy and low cytotoxicity compared with ribavirin, right? And ribavirin is an antiviral. The combinational effect of PPs with sulfated polysaccharides, right? And ribavirin were calculated using the composing software. Synergistic activity was observed by combining both PPs with low concentrations of Soliferia filiformis. The antiviral activity of the best combinations were confirmed by qPCR. Virucidal assay, time of addition, and viral penetration evaluation, such as that PPs act mainly by inactivating the viral particle. To our knowledge, this is the first report of the virucidal effect of polyphenol-rich extracts of seaweeds. Okay, let's fast forward. All right, let's do this last article and we done. Right, antiviral properties of cyanobacterium or Spirulina plantensis. Right, virus means poison and harmful to all forms of life. Viruses, an acellular and obligate intracellular parasite, cause viral infection in host cells. Viral diseases are observed in all living organisms, including plant, animal, and human. Carcinogenic viruses and other disease-causative viruses, including chikungunya virus, dengue virus, swine flu, influenza, herpes, HPV, etc., are most important viruses spread disease worldwide. Some viruses are emergent, infectious, contagious, right? The prevention of virus transmission is important and is possible to some extent by taking some important measures like creating awareness on transmission and pathology. Viruses are spread widely by many factors like environmental factors, contamination, water, food, infected vector. Vector is an agent that transfers a virus or disease from one person to another or from one entity to another, right? Person to person into animals. Resistance to the drug by a host and virus is becoming one of the major problems in treatment with chemical drugs. To overcome this, one of the alternative ways in identifying biological compounds in the development of antiviral drugs are the natural products, especially from plants and algae. All right. Then it goes into human disease causative infectious organism pathogens and the way of spread from one person to another, animals, vector, environmental conditions, blah, blah, blah. But I want to take you to, if we scroll down here, we're going to take you to measles, okay? Right here. So it says here, the antiviral properties of this. The discovery of potent antiviral compound extracts from blue-green algae, right, including spirulina, studied by researchers at the National Cancer Institute, USA. The NCI research group screened for antiviral compounds. They screened about 600 strains of cultured cyanobacteria representing some 300 species, and 10% of the cultures produced substances cause significant antiviral effect by reducing cytopathic effects induced by viral infections. The potent virus inhibitors against several enveloped viruses are acidic polysaccharides such as calcium spirulinum from spirulina and other microalgae compounds like nosteflan from nostoc, flagelliforme, and a fucoidin and sporophyll of Eudarian pinnatifida. The acidic polysaccharide, which is the actual component that is the antiviral, named as nosteflan of nosta, exhibits potent virucidal activity against herpes virus, right? The synergistic antiviral effects on influenza A virus was confirmed in vitro as well as in vivo by administering compounds such as fucoidin and nostaflan with oseltamivir phosphate, microcitis, ichthyoblate, excuse me if I'm slaughtering some of these, contains an icthyopeptin A and B, 2 cyclic D-deoxypeptides show antiviral activity against influenza A. And then it goes on to the list and it tells you about the rest of them, how they affect other viruses as well. One of them being measles, and it tells you its mode of action against measles. And we look here, simple chart shows us with the measles virus, it inhibits the replication of several envelope viruses. And the compound name that does it is calcium SP or calcium spirulina. And here's the author and year, which was done and was done in vitro in the lab. They demonstrated, right? For herpes virus, they show it worked in an actual hamster, which is in vivo. It actually worked. And down here for other envelope viruses and HCV, like hepatitis C, right, where it activates interferon gamma and blocks virus absorption, right, by spirulina supplement. It was done in a clinical trial. We got to move all of this stuff to clinical trials, but it requires money, research, time, energy, efforts, and resources. And unfortunately, these studies don't get the billions of dollars behind them that vaccinations and other allopathic medicines do, which is unfortunate. Okay. And HIV, it was an immunostimulant, which means it boosted the immune system by using a spirulina supplement. And it was done in a human study. Okay. And we know the mode of actions. It's outlined here. You can see it for yourselves. The water extract with spirulina inhibited the herpes virus replication. The extract is not virucidal, but interferes with the virus entry into host cells, which means it doesn't kill the virus, but it prevents the virus going in cells. And that's okay. If you keep the virus in the bloodstream long enough, the immune system will eradicate it. But it's when the virus infects the cells and invades the immune system that it continues to produce and proliferate. Okay. The calcium spirulina is a sulfated polysaccharide isolated from spirulina, inhibits many virus replications and exhibits antiviral activity against blah, 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 measles virus and HIV. I didn't make this up. I'm simply showing you what the research exhibits. And with that, I'm going to end off here because this might be putting some people to sleep because they may not be a nerd for this information like I am. Like, I read this stuff all the time. I take it in. I love it. I understand. This is why I welcome debates, because I've read enough and I have enough resources to point to in order to show them from A to Z how this thing works. But what I'm simply saying is there are viable alternatives to measles. You can also develop natural immunity, which we learn, or also vaccine-induced immunity, right? We don't have any records of people dying in the U.S. from measles, even after people have gotten it. We see you can still get measles with one vaccination. It's 93% effective. With 2 doses, is 97% effective. But if you fall within that 7% on the first dose, you can still catch it. And if you fall within that 3% after the second dose, you can still catch it. And you can still catch it and get slight symptoms even after being vaccinated. But vaccines are a good way to prevent people from being overrun by the disease so that other opportunistic diseases doesn't kill the person in the process. And when there's a malnourishment and malnutrition in a populace, especially when there's a deficiency of vitamin A, then you will get more pronounced deaths from an infection of measles. So what I'm saying here is that this is a very extensive, complex subject matter. It took me years to read through this data, asking people in the field, and being able to cite references and sources and understanding how this thing works before I get into a situation and I present information. You guys can see just from this snapshot the depth that I go in understanding this information. Now, again, I welcome anybody that wants to debate. You know, Do the Knowledge Radio said keep going. Do the Knowledge Radio, I have a lecture coming up, a PowerPoint presentation where all of this will be in it. But what I'm going to show you guys, one last thing before I open up the lines, is I want to show you the vaccine schedules for children and for adults. Let me show you this, right? Some of y'all may not even be familiar with this. I mean, you got to look at your medical records and see if you got all the ones you're supposed to get and if your child got all the ones you're supposed to get, right? But let me show you guys this real quick and I'll end off on this, all right? Let me pull it up. Okay, let's get the first one is going to be the children. And then the second one is going to be the adult, right? I'm going to show you these schedules, okay? And this comes from the CDC website, okay? So it's not no quack website. It's the CDC website, okay? So let's get back to it so I can show it to you, all right? All right. What you see here is the adult, but let me move over to the child here. So recommended child and adolescent immunization schedule, United States 2019 for ages 18 years and younger, okay? It says how to use the child adolescent immunization schedule. 1, determine recommended vaccine by age. 2, determine recommended interval for catch-up vaccination. 3, assess the need for additional recommended vaccines by medical condition and other indicators. 4, review vaccine types, frequencies, intervals, and considerations for special situations, okay? And again, I would like to keep going because I want to show you vaccines and allergies. I want to show you some vaccine injuries and side effects, but it'll be very lengthy to go through that. So I'll reserve that for my lecture, which I'm going to probably break up into 3 parts because there's so much information. And even what I give you is still the abridged version, but you'll have enough information and understanding to understand how these things work. But if you look here on the left, you see the various vaccines that are here, right? You have diphtheria, tetanus, and acellular pertussis vaccine, which is also called DTaP, diphtheria, tetanus vaccine, DT, Haemophilus influenzae type B vaccine, HIB, hepatitis A vaccine, Hep A, hepatitis B vaccine, Hep B, human papillomia virus vaccine, HPV, influenza inactivated, IIV, influenza vaccine, LAIV, measles, mumps, rubella, MMR, meningococcal steroid groups, ACWY vaccines, meningococcal sero group B vaccines, pneumococcal, PCV13, pneumococcal 23 variant polysaccharide vaccines. Remember, we learned about polysaccharides and how they are effective, at least extracted from blue-green algae and also seaweeds, and how they have their effect on the actual virus. Now, what you can see is a vaccine that uses the same philosophy by employing polysaccharides. Poliovirus vaccine, inactivated, IPV, rotavirus vaccine, RVV1, tetanus, diphtheria, acellular pertussis virus, Tdap, all right, and tetanus, diphtheria virus, TD, and varicella vaccine, VAR. Then you have combination vaccinations where you can get DTaP, hepatitis B, and an inactivated polio vaccine combination. And it shows you here, right, the trade names that they go by, okay? DTaP, inactivated polio, and Haemophilus influenza type B vaccine, DTaP, and an inactivated polio vaccine, and measles, mumps, rubella, and varicella vaccine. So if you just want to do the combination joint, instead of doing these up here, then you can go for this as well. Here's the table so you can see it right here. Okay, recommended child and adolescent immunization schedule for ages 18 years or younger, United States 2019. It shows you this is the schedule that is suggested and it's mandated, and every state is slightly different, that your child should be on. So if we're looking at a child, right? Let's say, for example, your child is, I don't know, 7 years old. They need to get all of these vaccinations in several doses, right? And they try to spread it out as much as possible, right? For a reason, right? So you don't get overloaded with it, but then they still give you the combination vaccinations as well, but that's neither here nor there. But look how many vaccinations you need and how many doses. When I do this lecture, we're going to address each one of these diseases, right? Today, we touched on measles, okay? But we're going to address all the rest of them to see if you can get natural immunity to them. We're going to see how severe it is. If you catch it, what's the odds of you dying? Is there something you can do to protect yourself in the event that you do get it or prevent yourself from getting it if you're the demographic that is refusing vaccines? I'm not telling nobody not to get vaccines. If you have the ability to get vaccines and you're agnostic either way, then get the vaccine. But those of you who don't want to get the vaccine, I'm simply trying to equip you with information by educating you so you can make a well-informed decision on what your options are. Okay, I'm not telling you not to get vaccines. All right. So if anybody tells you Divine is anti-vaccine, they obviously don't know what they're talking about, and they obviously have not watched this video. Okay. So I'm showing you all of these different viruses here, right? Or diseases here, right? And all of these vaccines that you have to your child to get from birth to 17, 18 years. This is the recommended dose of as of 2019. Next year, it might change, it might not. For adults, right? You see all these here? For adults, okay? Here's the adult schedule. 19 to 21, 22 to 26, 27 to 49, where I fall under here. You got to get, they want you to get 1 dose annually of inactivated. So you have 2 types of viruses. I think I mentioned that earlier, the attenuated, which is the weakened form of the virus, and or the killed virus, which is the actual virus, but is dead, right? Formaldehyde is one of the ingredients that's used to actually kill the virus as well. And there's also gelatin in the virus as well. When we get into vaccines and allergies in a future, either the lecture I do or a future video, I can break that down for you even more, right? But you got to get 1 annually. They want you to get a 1 dose Tdap and then a TD booster every 10 years, 1 or 2 doses, depending on indication. If born in 1957 or later, 2 doses if born in 1980 or later for varicella, zoster, the stuff that you normally get when you're older, right? HPV for females, HPV for males, pneumococcal conjugate, pneumococcal polysaccharide, hepatitis A, Hep A, Hep B, meningococcal ACWY, meningococcal B, Men B, men ACWY, and Haemophilus influenza type B, 1 to 3 doses depending on indication. It shows you this. Okay. This is the table, the schedule. You can go download this from the CDC website or take a screenshot of this and you'll have it for yourself. Okay. So I'm gonna stop here. Let me stop here. All right. So with that being said, I put the challenge out to people who say I'm anti-vaccine, to people who ask me what's a viable solution, for people asking where has this been tested in a lab, when has this been tested in animals or humans, and do you even know the mode of action of the actual components that's isolated and then has been applied so that it can observe its antiviral activity on cell lines, in vitro, or even in a host. I'm willing to have these discussions. I'm willing to have this debate. There's no way you can call me pseudo after what I just presented to you. I didn't give you my opinion. I didn't get no quack website or refer to no quack doctor or anything like that. I gave you official information, official data. I worked inductively from the data that I presented to my interpretation, which is my conclusion. And when you see measles and you understand measles, all the fear goes away, right? And what I'm saying is, I'm an advocate. People can go get vaccinations. I'm not against that. But the people who don't want to be vaccinated understand what measles is, how it works, and how you can develop natural immunity to it, right? Because you're already not going to get it. And even if I tell you to go get the vaccine, you're not going to get it. So what I'm doing is acknowledging and respecting your right to choose and saying, take these preventive measures and see if it can help you during that case scenario. Now, there's more severe viruses you can encounter than measles, right? Measles is not even the most severe. Only when it develops into encephalitis or when there's opportunistic diseases that can attack you, especially if you're malnourished and if you're vitamin A deficient. You don't want to be vitamin A deficient. Excuse me, I said vitamin D is what you do your 2,000 IUs. Vitamin A, there's a different DV percentage value for vitamin A, okay? Nonetheless, what we also do here, we teach on nutrition. I go over all of the amino acids and its importance, amino acids, cholesterols, fatty acids, what calories are, carbohydrates. Your calories is what you use, a source for energy that comes in the form of carbs, fats, and proteins. We go through all of these things. What are the best sources to get these items from? What's the daily value percentage? When we do our consultations, we give this information out to the public as well to educate them. Because the first thing we tell anybody before we put them on a regimen or anything else is we try to assess what is their daily value percentage intake of the essential things that the body needs, right? Which we just went over: vitamins, minerals, fats, your carbohydrates that you take daily, calories from fats, proteins, and carbohydrates. Are you getting all your essential and non-essential amino acids or conditional amino acids? We go through all of these things when we have our assessment. So if you Dylan McCormack, he said measles killing heaps of people in Samoa. Yes, it is. And if you looked at the case study that I just used with Madagascar, there's a reason for that. Are they assessing to see how deficient these people are in vitamin A? Are they checking to see how malnourished and how much malnutrition people are getting? Are they looking at the opportunistic diseases that are piggybacking off of measles that are also killing them? What are all the details that they're giving us behind the people dying? Or are they just giving you a statistic of deaths and that's it? You got to investigate it further to see what's going on, just like what I showed you in Madagascar. All right. But yes, people are dying in Samoa, and I'm not against that. They should have been getting vaccinated. I'm not against that. But if they're not going to get vaccinated, it's the responsibility of that government to find an alternative if they cannot afford vaccination or whatever the case may be, and to have their scientists do this type of research and to engineer a viable alternative equivalent solution to vaccines to implement it to their nation. This is their responsibility. I'm not in no form of government that has the power, authority, or resources to actually initiate and do these things. If I was, things would be much different, but I'm not. So in Samoa, people are dying and nobody's neglecting that. But what I'm saying is that let's not just look at the death toll. Let's look at the details behind the people dying. And if you take all the information, the little bit of information that I showed you on this complex topic, such as measles, and apply it to that Samoa situation and investigate further, then you'll get more information to see what's really going on. All right. So it's serious. Measles is a serious deal. It is. And it's killing people. You got to understand it. Okay. All right. So with that being said, family, let me withdraw. Okay. I'm done with the vaccinations. I hope I didn't bore y'all with this information. But like I said, this is extremely critical and crucial information. This is the type of research that we do here at KHM or Naturopathic. If you want to join our team to be a consultant, so you can also be equipped with this knowledge to help other people and make money in the process, email us at naturopathtoeden@gmail.com. Let us hook you up because we're offering jobs. Hit that thumbs up button if you're in the audience and you're watching this right now. Share this video, hit subscribe if you're brand new, because you'll get this depth of research and information with almost all of our videos. All right. So with that said, family, I'm really done with this session for right now. I'm gonna open up the phone lines and numbers right there. You guys can call in if you want. Q&A could be on the stuff we discussed today, which I would prefer. Or if you have another question, if I can answer for you, I will. The calling number is right there on the screen. I'm going to give you about 10 minutes for somebody to call in. If you don't call in, then I'm going to end off this session. All right. But I appreciate y'all for tuning in, for listening in. Now, what I wanted to do while we wait for people to call in is I'm going to show y'all the video, right, of me actually speaking at the event, right, and things that I said at the event, right, that I can back up, right. But let me show you the video of that, right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my page because there's 2 videos, but I'm going to let y'all see the video that I put. Again, they did not release the official video yet. Okay. But I'm going to show you the video that somebody posted online that I grabbed. Okay. I'm going to show this to y'all real quick. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and show it to y'all. 1 second. Right, let's grab it. Let me unmute it. Let me blow it up. All right, and then I'm gonna play it. So he says, here's another big bonus, y'all. He said, I would like to introduce to you Brother DivineProspect. This is Sarnetta speaking. So what happened, as soon as I come up, Ankh is like, boo, right? And I'm like, look at him, emotional. I didn't even say one word yet.
Let's go to some work, man. I know a lot of people talking, giving out perspective and everything. So let's get into a couple of studies, right? I'm gonna do it real quick because I know I'm gonna break right from here, right? A couple of things that they propose. The first thing they say is, do you trust your doctors to take your blood? Are they aware that there's independent labs that do blood work?
So what I'm saying is, they were saying, hey, if you guys don't trust your doctors, then you might as well not go get blood work. I said, did you know that there are independent labs that do blood work that is not tied to a physician or the pharmaceutical companies? And I said, if you guys are not aware of that, and I give them a source.
That doesn't do with the pharmaceutical companies or anything like that. It exists. You're going to check it for yourself. That's number one. Number two, the question was, is there any viable option or alternative to vaccination? The one thing that I said when I was talking to my brother Garfield and my brother sitting down one-on-one, I said there can be alternatives to adjuvants other than the aluminum salts and the thermal that are there in vaccination.
So they asked me, are there alternatives? And I say, yes, there are alternatives to aluminum salts and to the thermosol that is in the vaccine as adjuvant. So adjuvant is responsible for jumpstarting the immune system so it can identify the attenuated virus or the kill virus, and then it can go through all the procedures, the immunological procedures in order to create antibodies against it, right? So this is what I'm saying here, right? So while I'm talking, they got their head down, shaking their head. They're not even looking at me while I'm working them, right? Surgical on them in less than 2 minutes. They're getting emotional. He's like, getting emotional. And after this, after I said this, they never came back and responded to nothing I said. And now the people is like, dang, like, yo, he's giving them that work. Now imagine if I was doing the debate. Imagine if I was doing the debate with them. Let's keep going.
I'm quiet over there.
And then while I'm talking, they talking amongst themselves because they don't want to deal with the information I'm bringing out.
Hey, hurry up. Pay attention, time. Are you aware that red algae has been used as an anti-HPV? Are you aware of that? You see, vaccine, hold on. There's two different types of viruses. There's the ones that are enveloped and the ones that are unenveloped. Are you familiar with that? And it's advocacy against the unenveloped antibody viruses. Are you familiar with that? Yes or no?
So I'm asking him about enveloped and non-enveloped viruses. Is he familiar with that? And how Bremen algae, or more specifically, the polysaccharides and other components act on enveloped and non-enveloped or non-enveloped viruses, right? I'm asking him if he understands about that type of virucidal activity, right? He's not even responding because he doesn't know anything about what I'm saying.
No? All right, let's keep going. Now, are you familiar with sage, right? Because people said burning sage is all pseudo stuff like that. Did you know there's reports that show that it has antibacterial activities and antibacterial?
So what I was telling him is that, did you know that sage has antibacterial activities and can be used to eliminate bacteria, airborne bacteria? I said, did you know that? And mind you, remember, I'm not into burning sage. I'm into using clary sage. But a lot of times when you burn sage, they use white sage. But using clary sage and other types of sage in my diffuser, right? In the essential oil form, and put it in my diffuser and let that diffuse into the atmosphere with other things like oregano oil and stuff like that to actually kill viruses and bacteria in the air. Okay? Sonetta loving this. He's just smiling and laughing. He's loving it. Look at them. Look at them. Look, they're not even paying attention to what I'm saying because they got no response to it. And I'm saying, did you know that reishi mushrooms is used as an adjuvant and has been used in cancer? And that it helps to boost the immune system's immunity to respond to cancer. And also it can be used as an adjuvant if you're going to create an alternative to vaccinations. They're not even paying attention. So now the sister comes over here and starts wiping Ank's face as if he's crying, because he is crying over him getting hurt by this information and I'm hitting him with. And they cut me short. Look, less than 2 minutes. I just hitting them. 2 minutes with no PowerPoint. And imagine if I was given 30 minutes to an hour worth of time. Every argument that they use, I would have shot everyone down. They don't want me to sit there on a stage like that. And that's going to be too much for them. Right. So that's why when I asked Aunt, let's debate, he don't want to debate. Aunt does not want to debate me. But Ron Harrison, which is another brother that was on their team, he was willing to sit down, have a discussion debate with me on my platform. So I'm going to definitely invite him on to do this so we can have this discussion if he wants. And we can go into it. Right. So anyway, I just wanted to show y'all that real quick. Right. Let me switch back over. Just wanted to show y'all that real quick. And I want to show y'all a interview, a quick interview real quick that I did. It's on Maccabees TV. Shout out to Maccabees TV. Right. I'm going to show it to you real quick. Okay, whoops. It's Xbox One commercial. We're gonna skip through that. All right, let me get to the scene with me. Here it is. All right, and then all right. All right, and check it out.
So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and let's play this again. All right, let's go.
So far, what's your assessment? Huh?
Want to step out in the hall?
Let's step over there.
Yeah.
We could. So what's your assessment so far of the debate? I saw you up there with that fire.
I was telling Sinetta yesterday, he was there.
Yes.
I was like, if you're going to put Garfield on there, put me on the other side. You know what they were telling me? Oh, there's going to go white people. You're going to join white people. There's a black sister up there. I said, Sinetta, you didn't tell me a black sister was going to be on the other side, and you didn't tell me a white person was going to be the other side. They said that because they wanted to marginalize me away from it. So I said, okay, cool. I'm going to sit there and chill. I'm sort of acting crazy. I'm like, yo, Unc, you got to be professional. You got to show your data. You get into emotional, bro. This is what he does with Israelites as well. I love you, Unc, but Unc, bro, you gotta step it up. They did really bad, man. And you know why? Because they're acting like the audience and the other team has not looked at the studies. Yo, we have a dude there that works for Trump, and he was on his administration, and he goes to actually assess these things. And you talking to him like he's an idiot, like he don't know what he's talking about and not doing research. What is wrong with that? So I said, okay, look, what are the alternatives? I said, look, you can replace what's in inoculation, the preservatives, and you can replace the adjuvants for other natural items that had been peer reviewed. And I started to mention a couple of things. What they got emotional. Okay, save it for later. I said, okay, I'll save it for later. You owe me a debate. I'm gonna wash you up. You lost. Y'all lost. And it wasn't really bad, but y'all lost, bro.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, man.
Man, no problem.
Back at BCB. Shalom.
So that was me talking to Priest Danya Allah after I worked them. Okay. And from that point to now, they have not addressed nothing I said. I want them to look at this video and I want them to rebut and refute everything that I said about measles tonight. And I want to see them pick apart all the sources that I used. I want them to do that. Pick apart all the sources that I used, because all the sources that I used was official. Go back and review all the sources that I used. I proved my point, right? So with that, family, if y'all want to call in, the number's there. I'm going to give you another few minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to just cut the show. But I thank y'all for tuning in. Hit that thumbs up button. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button, please go to our Patreon and give a pledge on our Patreon. We need one more pledge so we can do an expensive giveaway again. Shout out to Sister Adaya, I think that's her name, who won the $25 AMC gift card, right? I'm going to email this to her as soon as this session is over. Holla at us, family. We here to help, man. We here to help. So I'm getting a call right now. Hold on.
Dylan McCormack. To accept, press 1.
Oh, that's Dylan. Hold on. Hey, Shalom. What's going on, Dylan?
Hey, Shalom. What's up, Ron?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
Yeah, man. I've been trying to get through for a little while now.
Cool. So you know you're live on the air, right?
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
Okay.
Me and my wife.
Cool.
So yeah. I only just jumped on like not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I might have missed a little bit, but I just wanted to know where's more information on like your vaccines? Like how do you live without having vaccines and things like that? Like what type of food are you eating? Do you have much information on that?
Yes, that's a great question. We, for Naturopathic Eden, which is our subsidiary, we do educational seminars on this and one-on-one consultations on this. So if you're interested, we can set up a one-on-one, and then me and you can sit down and we can go over this in depth if you like, right? So I can give you information, but we do tell people how to eat a balanced diet, how to make sure, because the biggest issue with people in regards to health is malnutrition. Right? Not really malnourishment, because people eat full meals, but they're not getting all of the vitamins and minerals, amino acids, essential fatty acids, etc., from their meals that they're eating, right? And or they don't have the supplementation that they couple with their meals to make sure that they have everything in their system to protect them against viruses, bacteria, and stuff like that. So what we do is that we go over like a brief nutritional course with them, and we send them or email them documentation they can refer to. And then we tell them the supplementation that we recommend that they take, depending upon what they've been exposed to, and as well as let them know what kind of moderate exercises they can utilize so that their body can be more aerobic, so it can go against anaerobic pathogens to prevent them from getting infections, right? So we go through a host of these things when we do our one-on-one consultations, and I don't really put a lot of that information out publicly because this is for people to inquire personally, because we personalize information once we generalize it, and then we see what their current situation is, and then we take that information that we educated them on and show them how it applies with their daily routine, right? So that's an excellent question. And again, if you're interested, just shoot us an email. You can email us at naturopathtoeden@gmail.com or kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, and we'll arrange a one-on-one with you, and therefore we can give you all that data and education.
Cool, man. Can I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Because we part of part of one of the Dr. Seaweed pages, and like he's got a list. There's a list there that's got like all the approved vegetables and things that you can eat and whatnot. Have you looked at them? Have you looked at them by any chance?
Yes, I'm familiar with Dr. Seaweed's diet, and I disagree with some of it. Some of it I agree with, especially the concept behind it. But I disagree with a lot of the items that it's called an elimination diet. I disagree with a lot of items that they eliminate from the Dr. Seaweed diet, right? Now, does that mean I disagree entirely with Dr. Seaweed? No, Dr. Seaweed has contributed a lot of great information that we can apply. But was he right in everything he taught? No, he was not. From my position, he wasn't. Right. So looking at the Dr. Seaweed diet, I probably would have to do a separate video on that where I can look at what they propose for that diet and what I agree and what I disagree with and why. Right. And then give you all of the scientific journals and articles supporting why I say that, you should not eliminate this from your diet, and why certain things that are eliminated, why it's actually beneficial. So that's something I have to do in an upcoming, session. But yeah, definitely email me these things so that way I can put it on my calendar, and either I could do the one-on-one with you, or I can touch on these things a little bit in the upcoming Freestyle Friday or something like that.
Yeah, sweet. Hey, before I go real quick, because we ain't probably not going to get much other opportunities to talk. I'm just going to see if my wife has got any questions too. Baby, you got any questions for her? No, all good? All right, then. That's all good. All right, then, Ron. Peace, man.
All right, peace, Dylan. Yeah, you my man. Thank you so much for your support, Dylan, for calling in, bro. Much love to you and your family. I'm going to keep y'all in my prayers like I've been doing since I met you. And if you need anything, just email me, okay?
Awesome, man. Yeah, good chatting, bro.
All right, shalom.
Shalom, brother.
And Dylan is on the other side of the globe. He's not in the U.S. If I'm not mistaken, he's in New Zealand or Australia. Maybe he can correct me, Dylan. Dylan, are you in New Zealand or Australia? One of the companies I used to work for, they were out in New Zealand, which is interesting. That's how I learned a lot about New Zealand. But anyway, so that's what we do. So if you want a consultation, a personalized one-on-one consultation that we do at naturopathtoeden, just email us, naturopathtoeden@gmail.com, or email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. Now, it's interesting. When I start talking about health, when I start talking about community proactivism and debt and stuff like that, there's really not a lot of people in here. If I do Israelite culture, debate, if I start going in, like, it'd be hundreds of people in here, right? And it's okay, you know, to each his own. But at the end of the day, I think that everything that we teach at KHM is holistic, and it addresses various components as it pertains to Israelite culture. All right. Yes. So he said he's from New Zealand, but he lives in Australia now, right? So there's a question here. Do the Knowledge Radio. Shout out to Do the Knowledge Radio in the building. He said, would you collab with Minister Inky for a joint lecture? I don't mind collabing with anybody. You know what I'm saying? They would just have to hit me up and let me know that they want to do that, and we'll get together. If you Do Knowledge Radio, if you want, you can share this video with Inky and let him know if he wants to do that. You know, I don't have a problem with that. It's all good. And if you need an interview, you said, yeah, I got you. You can. I'll go on your show. I have no problem with that. Just email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com so we can put it on the calendar, and we can do it. No problem. You know, you got it. No problem, my brother. No problem. All right. So Seth says this is very important. Just one question: how did our forefathers deal with this? If measles is not a new disease, would the natural alternative route been their way of addressing this? Yes. Now remember the lecture I did on the med diet. Go back and check out that lecture on the med diet. That was their diet. So it helped them to ward off certain diseases. Okay. Now, if you want to know specifically what diseases ravaged them or whatever, that's a totally separate topic to discuss altogether. But the med diet was one staple that they utilized, as well as medicinal plants. Because if you look in Genesis, the Most High gave us all the herbs for meat, right? For food, to sustain the body, to keep it in the Edenic state. And that is what we teach at Naturopathic. How do we get your body back to the Edenic state? And this is extremely important because the med diet was crucial to ensuring that their health was very important. Matter of fact, if you go back and look at that video that I did with Ankh and Roy Bay and Solomon, Ankh says med diet, one of the best diets in the world. He said that. Yeah, med diet is one of the greatest diets in the world. And what they saw was that one of its highest efficacy on a particular ethnic group was African Americans, yet it is not even promoted for African Americans to get on the med diet. And the med diet can help you eliminate heart disease. This is deep. And that's something coming straight out of the scriptures. Okay. All right. So I'm going to end off there, family. Thank y'all for watching. I see no more calls is coming in. It's all good. No more calls is coming in, but please, when this video is over, you can rewind it, watch it, take in the information, look at the sources that I cited, that I read from, go back and read it yourself. And if you know anybody that wants to know about vaccines, give them this video. Anybody that wants to know about measles, give them this video. Everybody, I think, in our community should watch this, should know about this, and know how important this is. Extremely important. Yes, Sido, I'm talking about the Israel Mediterranean diet. The Mediterranean diet can come from any place that the Mediterranean Sea touches, but we're talking specifically about the items that are in Israel. Okay, so the Israel form of the Mediterranean diet. Sido, let me give you the lecture to go back and check out. I'm gonna give you a lecture to go back and look at. Okay, so give me a second. Let me get the lecture for you that I did on this, which I think is probably one of the best lectures that I've done. Because there's a lot of gems was dropped in here. But let me go ahead and share that with you. Drop it in the chat. Here it is. Here it is in the chat. And go back and watch it for yourself. Okay. To those people that want to support our Patreon, I'm going to drop the link here also in the chat. Here's the link for our Patreon. Click on our Patreon pledge so you can get exclusive stuff and be eligible for our giveaways and everything else depending on the tier that you pledge. Okay. And also the PowerPoint. So if you want a PowerPoint for something, let me know. For that lecture, I didn't do a PowerPoint. I just wrote down some notes and just lectured from the notes, right? But if you want, I can create one for you guys upon request, okay? But yeah, that's a very deep lecture. Go ahead and check that out. Go ahead, y'all can pledge to the Patreon right there. We also have Cash App, PayPal as well. All of that will be in the description once this video is over. I want to give a shout out to everybody who has supported this ministry through your prayers, through sharing the videos, through hitting me up and edifying me, through your financial donations and support. Y'all make us who we are today. All this information I'm giving cannot be possible if we didn't have your support. So much love to everybody out there watching. Thank you so much, family. If you want, you can go ahead and hit 1. If you guys want, I appreciate that, Dylan. Thank you so much, my brother. Like I said, if you want, hit me up. You know, because you're a Patreon, you know, you get VIP treatment. So let's keep in touch. Shalom to my sister Navia, Yasha L in the building. Shout out to Cameron Branch in the building. But definitely, family, y'all make this possible, and I'm forever indebted to y'all. I will continue to be a servant to the community. And if there's anything I could do to help y'all, email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, and let's get it popping. All right. All right. What's up, Seth? One more before I go. What's up? Let me know. Hit 1 if y'all want a final shout out before I sign off. Brother Jay, you want to call in right now, Brother Jay? I'm about to end off. That was about 10 minutes ago, 10, 15 minutes ago. The calling number's on the screen, Brother Jay. All right. What's up, Seth? Holla at me. What's up? Let me know before I end off. Brother Jay, the calling number is on the screen. So if you can call in and you can ask me something, but let's make it quick. All right. But again, the calling number is on the screen, Brother Jay. Just call that number you see on the screen. Okay. All right. What's up, Seth? Give you 60 seconds, Seth. What's up? Type it fast. We already been over 3 hours. The question is outside this discussion. Okay. Let me see what it is. Let me see what it is. Chris, I don't know. We about to find out if he decides to call the number. The number's right there, Brother Jay. All right, Seth, just ask it, Seth. If it's something I can address real quick, not a problem. If not, then we'll hold it for a future discussion. Or since you're a Patreon subscriber, just inbox me on Patreon. I can answer it for you on Patreon, all right? And if you are a Patreon, you get quicker access to me on Patreon and quicker answers to questions and so forth. So just let me know. Shout out to Yawasop, son of light in the building. Shalom, anytime. KB, my brother in the building, thank you so much. Says keep up the good work, of course. If y'all want some last minute shout outs, hit 1. Brother Jay, the number's right there. I don't see you calling in. I'm about to end this session. I don't see you calling in. All right. Any other shout outs? Hit 1 if you want a final shout out. If not, I'm about to shut off and end the broadcast. Okay. For next week, we're going to have another $25 gift card giveaway in the form of Amazon. Y'all stay tuned for that. He says it's about the Feast of First Fruits. What day of the first month and of the week is this feast? Okay. So the Feast of First Fruits, okay? The Feast of First Fruits is typically noted after your Passover unleavened bread. There's 2 ways. Shout out to Corey Boatwright. Hit 1. Thank you for your support and for being in the chat and for being up at 2:42 a.m. to watch this broadcast. Katriel Ben Israel, thank you for being in here, Ak. Shout out to Shakor Pikau in the building. He said you ending early. He said this is early. Brother Jay still ain't called. Shout out to you as well. So Feast of First Fruits is typically it's either two ways of determining that. We get one source from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and the other one we get from the Pharisees. So some people count it or start it, the first fruits, really the Sabbath after the end of unleavened bread, or the day after unleavened bread, right? So there's two main traditions that actually note the Feast of First Fruits, okay? And then you start the count from there until you get to Shavuot, right? Or Feast of Weeks, okay? So hopefully that helps. Shout out to Holy Intellect in the building, that keep dropping those jewels. Of course, you know how we do. That's how we get down. All right, so we got a call, family. Let's see if this brother Jay. Hold on.
Brother JT.
Uh-oh.
To accept, press 1.
All right, peace and shalom. What's going on, brother JT?
Hey, what's going on, brother Divine?
I'm
How you
doing
doing,
good,
brother?
I'm doing good, my brother. How you doing?
All right. I see you've been doing a lot of big things, teaching and whatnot.
Thank you so much.
I would just like to ask you a question.
Sure.
What do you believe? How can a man be saved?
Wow. You asked me a really potent soteriology question after 3 hours of a live stream. No problem. All right. So let me see if I could truncate it for you.
No, I've been wanting to ask you that for the longest when I seen one of your live streams with Andrew Hooper.
Okay. No problem.
Do you still hold to your stance?
Yes. So let me summarize it for you, or summarize it for you. So in regards to salvation, right, the soteriology model here at KHM, when we're looking at this term of salvation, we look at it first culturally, and then from culturally it branches off to something spiritual, right? And in our perusal of the text to kind of identify what salvation is, we're saying it's the redemption of the children of Israel, right? By redeeming them out of the hand of their enemy and restoring them to a spiritual state in which they can continue to be the light of the world in the end times. And for any cleaving Gentile that cleaves unto Israel, and one of those Israelites being Yeshua Bar Yosef, they also will be inducted into this redemption from judgment, whereby they can obtain a degree of spirituality to be the light or reflect the will of the Most High in the earth, right? So that's a really brief summary. We say when Yeshua was on the scene, he was teaching about the gospel of the kingdom. Paul took elements of that and he preached the gospel of Christ to Gentiles. Peter, James, Jude, and the rest of the disciples who became apostles, they also branched off and started teaching elements of the gospel of the kingdom with some elements of the gospel of Christ, but that was mostly Paul's gospel. When Paul says my gospel, there's more hallmarks of the gospel of Christ in Paul's theology that he was disseminating amongst the Gentile nations, right? So all of them did their part into doing what they were doing in regards to this term of salvation. We don't see it through the lens of Judeo-Christianity, right? We see it more from a cultural lens, from a pre-Israelite perspective that then leads into the, I guess, on the scene when Yeshua arrives on the scene, where he was just restoring things of old. And the actual gospel that he was bringing forth, we see it in the book of Isaiah. Elements of it is found in Isaiah chapter 52 and Isaiah chapter 61, right? And other elements of Isaiah chapter 11, etc., where he referred to the book of Isaiah. It's the third most quoted book that he quoted, right? Psalms being the highest one. And then he did some forms of Exodus and Deuteronomy, etc. But Isaiah was very important as far as the prophet's concerned. That's the most quoted prophet that he has spoken about when he was doing his ministry on the earth. And when we go back to Isaiah, we actually see the same gospel of repentance and the coming kingdom that Yeshua continued in his stead, because at that time, we know Isaiah was dead. So hopefully that helps to kind of answer your question from our perspective. And you're welcome to agree or disagree. If you have any follow-up questions to that or statements, I'm willing to hear it.
So what you said, what you're saying is about nationality that a man is saved?
No, that's not what I said. I didn't use the word nationality at all in my dissemination.
but you use the word Israelites, I believe,
Correct.
or the Jews.
Based on what the text teaches, right? So the text before the New Testament opens up, right? The text speaks about salvation first in the Tanakh, right? It starts first in Torah, and some people will go back to Bereshit and claim Bereshit is the first book that was actually written. Scholars say otherwise, especially when you look at the JDEP formula. But if Genesis was one of the first books that was written, and you go back to Genesis chapter 3, where we're talking about the curse that came upon Adam and Eve and the earth and the serpent, etc., where it talks about the seed of the woman that will be born that will crush the serpent's head. And people use that as a type of messianic theme to be found later on in the rest of the literature, when you go through the rest of the literature. And they say that that right there is referring to redemption. Well, there's no really terms that's used of redemption there, right? It's just talking about one entity that's going to overpower another entity, but at a cost. We don't see the term redemption that's used there in Genesis chapter 3. And now if I'm wrong, please look in Genesis chapter 3 for me right now, if you have your Bible in front of you, and let me know if any term that's related to the word redemption is used anywhere there in Genesis chapter 3.
You know, what I'm asking is, Jesus said, man, be saved.
Mm-hmm. Say that one more time.
What did Jesus say in John chapter 1?
Give me a verse. You said John chapter 1. What verse?
Verse 10.
Verse 10. Okay. So 1 and 10. So just so we know as a background, John chapter 1, verses 1 to verse 18 is a prologue, and it's believed to have been written by the Johannine community, which was a community that was fostered by John. Then after he died, they added this prologue to precede the narrative, right? And the reason why it's believed, according to scholars, is because they were refuting the Gnostics at that time that was saying that flesh is evil and spirit is good. This is why you see that portion that's there, and elements of what Philo of Alexandria had spoken about in regards to the logos is also replete throughout this prologue. All right. Now, when we go to verse 10, let's read verse 10 that you had said, that you had quoted. John chapter 1, verse 10 says, he was in the world, and the world was made through him, yet the world did not know him. Now, where is salvation in there? Maybe I'm missing something. You want me to keep reading from there, or is that the scripture you was referencing?
Yeah, you can keep reading, but my point was that Jesus came to the world, everybody, not just the Israelites.
Okay, can you give me a verse in the Synoptic Gospels where he says this?
Well, if you read 11, he said he came unto his own, and his own received him not.
Okay, wait. So let me read that. That's John chapter 1, verse 11. I said Synoptic Gospels, which would be Matthew, Mark, and Luke, but let's just stick with John for now, since this is on the table, right? It says he came to his own, and his own people did not receive him. But to all who did receive him, who believed in his name, he gave the right to become the children of God, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor by the will of man, but of God. So so there he came to his own, and they did not receive him. All of them did not receive him, but some of his own did receive him, because if they didn't, you wouldn't have disciples and apostles. So there were still groups that did receive him, but the majority of them did not. And when you understand the background of all these other messiahs that rose up before he came on the scene, you'll see why a lot of people did not take him seriously, right? And you see this also in the book of John, chapter 11, where the council of the Pharisees and Sadducees are talking and discussing him, right? And they said that, we've seen these things pop up before, but if this thing grows after he dies, then we know this is a serious thing. This is of God. But then also let me show you something, since we're in John, right? Let me finish exegeting the other two verses, and then I'm going to show you something in John, and maybe you can exegete that for me, okay? It says, but to all who did receive him, which were the disciples, which were some of them, and his own people who he said he came to first, and believed in his name, and we see what that means later on, he gave the right to become the children of God. Remember, John did not write this. This is a prologue that was drafted up by the Johannine community. This is their perspective. John picks up in verse 19 where he talks about the narrative. So let's keep going. It says, and who were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. So this is talking about that process of being born again, which means that this Israelites, that just because they were Israelites by blood does not mean that they are going to be a child of the Most High in the future. That doesn't mean that they're going to be able to get this adoption. And there's two types of son in the New Testament, the teknon son and the huios son, right? When we look up these two words, when you see that word son, it represents one of these things. One means by adoption, one means through blood, one means by relationship, one means by other. We got to look at this dichotomy and be able to compare these two things and contrast them to see where it applies when we see that word son. Okay, we can't just say it just means one thing across the board because we're just looking at it in the English, right? But let me show you something really important that ties back to this, right? Because you brought up John chapter 1. Let me jump to John here, and let's go to John chapter 11. Okay, get John chapter 11 because I want to show you something that's really important that most people overlook that will help to answer your question. All right, this is extremely important, brother JT. All right, get John chapter 11, and we're gonna go to verse 45 and read to verse 53. All right, so let me know when you have it. And when you have it, let me know, and I'm gonna read it for you because this right here is prophetic, so deep, right, that it answers your question. Right, let me know when you're ready.
But the scripture answered my question. That's what I'm saying. You left out of one, but go ahead though. John 11, what?
In John chapter 11, verse 45. I exegeted all three passages for you. And I said, it says, to many who believed on his name, he gave the right to become the children of God, right? But you got to understand, what does children of God means? Does the text says, and those verses we read about salvation anywhere? Did it say something in salvation? Did I miss that? Let me go back and look in John chapter 1, and let's go to the verses that you told me about, and let's see if it said anything about salvation. It says, he came to his own did not receive him, but to all who did receive him, to those who believed in his name, he gave the right to become. If you go into the Greek and see what that word become means, we'll understand what's going on here. So we go into the Greek. Remember that word for children or son is tekna, not huios.
That's not what I'm saying to you. When it says, I ain't there. Let me go back there. I was in 11 with you right quick, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying to you, brother, is when it says, when it says 110, John 1, 110, 11, that's two different subjects right there. And that's my question to you when it says, he was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not.
Okay.
That's speaking about the cosmos. That's speaking about everybody in the world. And number 11 says he came to his own, and his own received him not. Them are the Israelites. But as many as received him, to them is an open statement. It already becomes son of God. If it was meant to talking about the Israel, the Bible would have told you his people in verse 11, but did not say his people. It said to them. That's an open statement.
So can you show me where in verses 10 to 12 it says anything about salvation or redemption?
Sons of God is salvation. If you become a son of God, that means you receive salvation.
Okay, so
that is interchangeable with salvation. You can't have salvation without being the son of God.
Okay.
You can't have salvation without believing in the Son of God.
Okay. So
just because it don't say salvation there doesn't mean that it's not talking about salvation.
Okay. So
and my point of this verse right here is that is an open invitation to everybody, not just his own people.
Okay. So the open invitation that you're talking about in regards to the right to become the children of God, what you have to do is you have to take this gospel and you have to look at all the other gospels so they harmonize. Okay. We can't do proof texting or cherry picking and isolate these verses in light of what we see in other passages.
No, I'm not. I'm reading that.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
I'm not going outside.
Okay.
Go ahead, Divine.
I apologize. I'm not saying you're doing it. I'm speaking just generally. And I'm saying that we have to be able to harmonize everything, right? And remember that I said to you, cleaving Gentiles. Yeshua was from the tribe of Judah. He was an Israelite. If people believe on him, they are cleaving unto him and therefore partaking in salvation along with the Jews. Because he tells you in John chapter 4 that salvation is of the Jews. So how can Gentiles be grafted in? Paul tells you in Romans, and Yeshua tells you as well.
It says Jew first and then to the Gentiles.
You're right. And I had a discussion with somebody before where I explained what that means. The point I'm trying to say to you is the Gentiles are only taken in if they believe on the words of an Israelite. So if Yeshua words of,
where it says that in the New Testament where we got the
cleave unto Yeshua, it's all throughout the New Testament.
Show me where it says we have to cleave unto a Israelite in order for us to be saved in the New Testament.
Is Yeshua an Israelite?
Yes, he is.
And then in order for you to be get eternal life, don't you have to cleave unto his words and become one with him, like he says in John chapter 17? All right, so let me get that for you in John chapter 17, since we're still in John, right? And I'm gonna let you see the prayer that he prays, so that way everybody after him is gonna be one with him. That word one, chais, in the Greek that's there. We're gonna get into that if you'd like. But this is where cleaving comes in. Like, you know, in Hebrews we have the word echad, that the two may become one. And then Yeshua is talking to the Pharisees where he's talking about marriage, and he says the original thing was for man and woman to come together, to cleave unto each other. He's talking about the same one. The oneness is coming together as a unit, right? So let's read what he says when he was praying in Garden of Gethsemane in John chapter 17, because this will answer your question. And then if you want to jump to Romans, we can, and we can read about the cleaving, about the Gentiles that are coming in, the wild olive branch that's being brought into the entire tree and the lump. We can get into that as well. Again, cleaving. We see all of this laid down before the New Testament opens up in the book of Isaiah and other books as well, as far as the cleaving element. So let's read this. John chapter 17. He says, I have revealed your name to those. This is verse 6.
What verse you reading?
Verse 6. He says, I have revealed your name to those you have given me out of the world. They were yours. You gave them to me, and they have kept your word. Now that they know everything you have given me comes from you, for I have given them the word you gave me, and they have received them. They knew with certainty that I came from you, and they believed that you sent me. So remember I said, this is John writing this narrative, and in the prologue from his Johannine community, they also said the same thing about his own received them not. Well, some people did receive him from his own, right? If you keep going, he says, I ask on their behalf, but do not ask on behalf of the world, on behalf of those you have given me, for they are yours. All I have is yours, and all you have is mine, and in them I have been glorified. I will no longer be in the world, but they are in the world, and I am coming to you. Now, let's scroll down to verse 20. Listen to this, 20 to 23. I am not asking on behalf of them alone, meaning the disciples, but also on behalf of those who will believe in me through their message, meaning the message is going through the people who he's called, that all of them may be one, as you, Father, are in me and I'm in you. May they also be in us, so that the world may believe that you sent me. I have given them the glory you gave me, so that they may be one as we are one. I in them and you in me, that they may be perfectly united, so that the world may know that you sent me and have loved them just as you have loved me. This talks about uniting, being one, and cleaving, because when a man and woman come together, they become one unit. When Yeshua is praying to the Father, he says, so that I can be in them, so they could be one with you. That means you have to enjoin yourself to Yeshua in order for you to receive salvation, which means you are cleaving unto Israel because he's an Israelite in order for you to receive salvation. You cannot receive salvation outside of Yeshua according to New Testament theology, and you have to cleave unto him. This is the prayer he prayed for you so that you can cleave unto him, so that way if you're an Israelite or not an Israelite, you can receive salvation. This is, I mean, it's the text is laid it out. If you would like to go to Romans, we can, so we can talk about the wild autograph being grafted in.
I want to go to Romans.
Sure.
I want to stay right
Sure.
here.
Okay, good. Let's stay here. No problem.
17.
All right.
I have no problem with what you said, Divine, but the problem is when it says believe on him, that is singular. That's not plural. That's not believing on the Israelites. No, we believe on him, Jesus Christ, singular, not plural, not the Israelites.
So let me ask you a question. Wait, let me ask you a question. So who wrote the New Testament? Who are the authors of the New Testament?
Come on, man. We know who the author is.
Were they Jews?
Yes.
With the exception of Luke. So if they were Israelites and Jews, with the exception of Luke, do you believe all the words that they wrote to you?
They're not telling you to believe on them.
Wait. So that means
then
that means I don't have to believe. That means I don't have to believe a word that Paul wrote. I have to believe a word that Peter wrote. I have to believe a word that James wrote. I have to believe a word that Jude wrote. If what you're saying is true, but you believe all the words of these Jews that wrote the New Testament, and you cleave unto these words, and you take this word and you put it into your soul, and with this knowledge you have achieved salvation, along with the words that Yeshua has said in the Synoptic Gospels in the book of John. Yes or no?
Well, not what you're saying. Yes, in a sense, because the part he tells us that we have to believe on me through their word, talking about the apostles.
There you go.
But the apostles tell you though, we don't believe on the Israelites. We don't believe on James. We don't believe on John. We believe on Jesus.
Do you believe their words? Yes or no? Do you believe the words that they wrote? Because they did not quote Jesus in all their words, but the words that they did not quote Jesus. Go ahead.
Let me give you an example.
Sure.
Like the Apostle Paul says, we are not we don't live by the law of Moses.
Where's that
That's
at?
the word that we are supposed to believe.
Can you give me a verse for that?
I'm just giving you an example. Hold on. I'm just giving you an example.
Sure.
Brian.
Sure.
When you say when we believe his word, we believe what the Apostle Paul has said when he says we don't live by the law of Moses. That's what we believe. We don't believe on the Apostle Paul. The Apostle Paul is not telling us not to believe in him.
He says, follow me as I follow Christ in 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 1. Follow me as I follow Christ. Do you follow Paul?
Yes.
Is he an Israelite? Do you believe on the words that he has left you?
Yeah.
Then you believe on him as well as you believe the words that Yeshua left. He was an apostle. He was given authority.
No, but I don't believe on Apostle Paul to be saved. That's what I'm telling you. Brother.
Oh, so we don't need his epistles then. Then we don't need his epistles.
You saying that I cannot be saved unless I believe on an Israelite today.
Yes, Yeshua was an Israelite.
Like today, walking the streets, I can't be saved.
No. That's not what I said. What I said to you is that Gentiles can only receive salvation if they cleave unto an Israelite. Yeshua is an Israelite. Yeshua is an Israelite, and you have to cleave unto him and become one in order for you to become a child of God and for you to receive salvation. There's no way around that.
Exactly, Divine. Exactly. So I don't need to go through you.
Who said go through me? I'm bringing you the knowledge so that way you know the right path to go. That's all. You got to walk the path on your own once I show it to you. Same thing with Paul and the other apostles.
The point is, we believe on Jesus Christ. We believe on the seed.
The seed?
Singular, not plural. We don't believe it on the plural on the Israelites. We believe it on thee, on he, on Jesus Christ.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. So do you believe in the Old Testament?
That's how a Gentile be saved. We believe on Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
and you're cleaving unto an Israelite, which is Yeshua. You're still cleaving unto an Israelite. You can't get around that. You're becoming one with him by receiving the Spirit, which is the Parakletos that he left in his absence, and that will graft you in so that you could be part of him. You still cannot get around that. You still need to. There's no other way. If you believe in New Testament theology that Yeshua is the point of salvation, he is still an Israelite, and you still have to cleave unto him, believe unto his words, become one with him with the Ruach or the Pneuma, the Spirit. In order for you to receive salvation, there's no way around that. You're still, I didn't say cleave unto me and be one with me. I'm not telling you that as a Christian. I'm saying you still have to cleave unto an Israelite in order for you to get salvation. That's the way the Most High set it up, and there's no way around that. So you still have to cleave unto Yeshua, who is an Israelite. And if we go to what Paul's saying in Romans chapter 10, and we're going to go to saying that stump that everything grew out of, that the branches came from, and we're going to say that that's Yeshua, the Gentiles still got to be grafted into him. They still got to be grafted into him. If he came in a volume of the book, and
I have no problem with that, Divine.
There you go.
I have no problem with you saying, Divine. What I have a problem with you saying that you saved by your nationality.
When did I say that? Wait. I never said that. I never said that in this call. You never heard me say that. Let's deal with what I said to you. I never said you have to be saved through nationality. When did I say this on this call? I did not say that to you.
Okay, my question was to you when I said I heard you and Mr. Hooper. And you were saying that you saved by nationality.
I never said that. I never said that.
Wait a minute, Divine. And I asked you, do you still believe that? And you said yes.
I never said that in that video. When we hang up, watch that video again, give me a time marker where I said you're saved by nationality and send it to me. If I'm wrong, I will publicly apologize. If I'm right, then I need an apology from you, because I never said you're saved by nationality. I said that there is an importance when it comes to ethnicity in the Bible. That was my entire premise. I never said you're saved by nationality. When did I say that? An Israelite who's not keeping the law, they're not going to be saved. An Israelite that is not subscribing to Yeshua to be part of the Melchizedek order, they're not going to have that down payment. So when the time comes that they'll be grafted in to eternity, I never said that nationality saved you. That is the most ridiculous thing ever. And anybody that teaches that is absolutely incorrect. And if I said that, I will apologize. No problem. Find the time marker and send it to me so I can see where I said that, and I will apologize to you, my brother. No problem. Publicly in front of everybody.
Okay. It's not about you being apologized. I don't want you to apologize in front of everybody.
No. I'm humble and I'm humble enough to do that, because if you're right and I'm wrong, I'm willing to make it known that I was wrong. There's nothing wrong with humility. There's nothing wrong being corrected. I have nothing wrong with that, my brother. So maybe it may not suffice for you, but for me, it's necessary for my growth, because if I'm wrong, I must do that. But go ahead. But like I said, I never said you're saved by nationality. That's the most ridiculous thing ever. I never say that. No video will you ever catch me saying that you're saved by nationality. If I'm wrong, anybody in the chat watching, anybody watching this video, or you, my brother JT, find a video, give me a time marker, and show me where I saved you're saved by nationality. I never said that. I never said that. I never said that. And I will stand corrected if I did. I simply said that ethnicity plays an important role in the Bible. That's what I was discussing with Andrew Hooper. That's all I was discussing with him. Now, he may have tied nationality to that, but I did not say that you're saved by nationality. I've never taught that. And I've been teaching Israelite stuff for almost 6 years. I've never taught that. I've never taught that, because that's incorrect. I don't agree with that. I don't believe in that. So what I'm simply saying is, if an Israelite is not walking according to the Ruach, does not have the laws written in his heart where he's keeping the laws, and that stuff is not bringing him to identify the Melchizedek order leader or high priest, which is Yeshua, which gives them the down payment. What you mean
by keeping the laws? You mean keeping the laws of Moses?
So keeping their cultural mandates, okay? So a cultural mandate is something that is ethnic markers that make you distinguish from other groups, right? And what people call the law or the meats votes or the laws or mitzvah, that is part of their culture. So these things will always make practicing Israelites distinct amongst any other nation that they go amongst. And this is how they can best represent the Most High. Now, if a person decides that they want to go and they want to join the Melchizedek order, which Yeshua had brought to the earth in order for them to do the work in his absence, the greater work in his absence, so that they will have a down payment in the times to come. So that means they ain't got to worry about going through all this other extra stuff because they are on a different path with the Melchizedek order. That's going to say, hey, look, you got a down payment. We're going to stamp you, put the word on your forehead, like we read in the book of Revelation. And because of the testimony of Yeshua that you have, here you go. Here's like almost like an easy path that we're going to give you through. Everybody else outside of that is not receiving him, they're going to go through even worse because they don't have the purpose of the Melchizedek order to bring them through the end times. This is my eschatology that I'm sharing with you or revealing with you that I've already taught in the past. But I never said that salvation is through a nationality. You never hear me teach that. I said for Gentiles to receive salvation as it's depicted and explained from the text, they must cleave unto Israel. If you want end times reference, I can give you the book of Isaiah.
Right, stop. You said that they must cleave to Israel.
Correct.
So when you send, no, hold it, stop. When you send Israel, you saying plural. Israel is plural. Do you understand what you're saying when you say Israel? That's many. That's many of a people. That's a whole tribe. That's plural. When you say that, we know Jesus was an Israelite. We believe on him, not Israel. That's my point.
I'm listening. So when you're done, let me know. I'm just gonna read scripture for you when you're done. I'm listening. But when you're done, I'm gonna read scripture to see if scripture agrees with me. Okay, but let me know when you finish.
I'm done.
Okay, so this is Romans chapter 11, verse 11. Okay, Paul says, "I asked then, did they stumble so as to lose their share? Certainly not. However, because of their trespass, salvation has come to the Gentiles to make Israel jealous. But if their trespass means riches for the world and their failure means riches for the Gentiles, how much greater riches will their fullness bring?" Now remember, he's using the word Israel here. So let's keep reading, okay? "I am speaking to you Gentiles, insomuch as I am the apostle to the Gentiles," which he confirms in Galatians chapter 2, 1 and 2. "I magnify."
I gotta go, man, but I gotta go tomorrow. But,
okay.
I got a very important call.
No problem.
I got an important call. But I will call back, brother.
Okay, no problem, my brother.
Okay.
All right, peace. All right, so he had to go. So I'm gonna finish reading what I'm reading, and maybe I'm bugging out, but maybe y'all can explain, maybe understand what I'm trying to say. But it's okay. Let me continue to read. Okay, let me continue to read. All right. It says, "I'm speaking to you Gentiles, insomuch as I am the apostle to the Gentiles. I magnify my ministry in the hope that I may provoke my own people to jealousy and save some of them." Listen to what he's saying. "In hope that I may provoke my own people," people's plural, "to jealousy and save some. For if their rejection is a reconciliation of the world, what will their acceptance be but life from the dead? If the first part of the dough is holy, so is the whole batch," plural. "If the root is holy," what is the root? We're going to see what that root means. "So are the branches. Now, if some branches have been broken off," he's talking about the Jews, "and you, a wild olive shoot, have been grafted in among the others to share in the nourishment of the olive root, do not boast over those branches. If you do, remember this: you do not support the root, but the root supports you." Now, if I read scriptures, it says, "From the stem of Jesse, the root out." What's the root? What is he going to tell us the root is? Is the root Yeshua? Is he going to say the root is Yeshua? Or is the root Israel and the covenant that Israel has? What's the root? "You will say then branches were broken off." I think this is him again. Hold on.
Frontline Judah.
To accept,
Oh, it's
press
somebody
1.
else. Hello?
Shalom, what's going on?
What's going on? Give me a second. Let me finish breaking this down, all right? And I'll get to you, okay?
Okay, thanks a lot.
No problem. All right, so it says, now if some branches have been broken off and you, a wild olive shoot, have been grafted in among the others to share in the nourishment of the olive root, do not boast over those branches. If you do, remember this, you do not support the root, but the root supports you. You will then say, or say then, branches were broken off so that I could be grafted in. That is correct. They were broken off because of unbelief, but you stand by faith. Do not be arrogant, but be afraid. This is what he's saying to Gentiles. For if God did not spare the natural branches, he will certainly not spare you either. And he goes on to say, take notice, therefore, of the kindness and severity of God, severity to those who fell, but kindness to you, if you continue in his kindness. Otherwise, you will be cut off. And if you do not persist in unbelief, they will be grafted in, for God is able to graft them in again. For if they were cut from a wild olive tree and contrary to nature were grafted into one that is cultivated, how much more readily will these, the natural branches, be grafted into their own olive tree? I do not want you to be ignorant of this mystery so that you will not be conceited. A hardening in part has come to Israel until the full number of the Gentiles has come in. And so all Israel will be saved, as it is written. If you go back and look to see where this is written at, because we're talking about salvation, right? Salvation is there. Isaiah 59, 20 to 21, and Isaiah 27 and 9. Again, it's going back to the book of Isaiah. That's where you go to understand salvation and how it deals with everybody. Regarding the gospel, they are enemies on your account, but regarding election, they are loved on account of the patriarch. For God's gifts and his call are irrevocable. Just as you who formerly disobeyed God have now received mercy through their disobedience, so they too have now disobeyed, in order that they too may now receive mercy through the mercy shown to you. For God has consigned all men to disobedience, so that he may have mercy on them all. I'm going to stop there. The point that I'm simply making is, what is the olive root that the wild olive branches are receiving nourishment from? If somebody tells me that that olive root is Yeshua, they would have to give me cross references to validate that. But if we can say, since the term Israel is used here, that that olive root has to do, going back to the patriarch, you can even say Abraham, the covenant made with Abraham, and that was fulfilled through his grandson Yaakov, who became Israel. Now we understand that that's where it starts from. That's why it's the root. That's why we're dealing with Israel and Israelites, and why you must cleave unto an Israelite. If you're a Gentile, it has to be through Yeshua, right? You can go through other means, but they prefer Yeshua. And as an Israelite, we have to cleave unto what Yah has left us through the ancestors that came before us. We cleave unto their word. We awaken out of our slumber, and now we are walking in the truth that he has laid out before us. So there's no way that a Christian can get around by saying that they don't have to go through an Israelite in order to receive salvation, because the mere fact that you're calling yourself a Christian and you're following somebody called Jesus Christ, who himself said that he was a Jew and salvation is of the Jews, and he wasn't sent to anybody but the children of Israel, and that his job is to bring the children of Israel together, meaning the northern tribe and the southern tribe, so that they could become one. And in order for those who hear his word to believe, they must become one with him in unity, which he's saying, which means they must cleave unto him. The same concept of being one with a man and a woman who are marrying together. You must do the same thing and be married unto him. This is why when we look further on in the text, it talks about the bride of Christ, and that you being the bride, being prepared for him, you're still cleaving unto him. Again, there's no way that no Gentile who believes in the New Testament can get around the fact that you have to cleave unto an Israelite in order for you to receive salvation. I'm done, my brother. So what would you like to share? Hello? Hello?
Oh, shalom, my bad, I'm sorry.
Also good.
What's going on, brother?
What's going on?
Nothing much. I just logged on probably like 10 minutes ago, so I didn't even know what the conversation was about.
Oh, wait. Who is this again? I'm sorry, my brother. What's your name?
My name is Frontline Jude. I'm in the chat right now.
Oh, I thought this was somebody different. My apologies. My brother. Go ahead.
Thanks. Hey, I had a question, right? But now I got another question, seeing as I'm listening to what's going on, the things that you're explaining. I wanted to know,
we dealing with salvation.
Mm-hmm.
Is you saying salvation is open for every race?
For every race, you said?
As long as they cleave unto an Israelite? Is that what you said?
I'm saying that salvation as a byproduct is open and available to those who cleave unto Israel, according to what we see in the Tanakh, right? And then that then becomes opened up a little bit further after Yeshua's demise by Paul going to Gentiles. Now, that will vary wildly depending upon what part of the spectrum that you fall in, because there are some Israelites who are conservative, some Israelites that are liberals. I'm more moderate. So all the nations won't be saved, but there will be individuals from nations that will receive salvation and that will escape judgment if they cleave unto Israel and become Israel's servants in the end time.
So what about the text where you read where it speaks about the Edomites and they see will totally be wiped out?
The Amalekites or the Edomites?
Huh?
The Amalekites or the Edomites? Do you have?
I mean, isn't the Amalekites a part of the Edomites?
It depends on how we look at it. Give me a verse so we can analyze the verse. What verse are you referring to right now?
I mean, I can't pull it off because, mind you, I only been in this thing less than probably 6 months. So,
oh wow!
I mean, I know.
Welcome, my brother.
Say that again.
I said, welcome, my brother. Welcome into the family.
I appreciate it. And I just, I done been around the block. Well, not around the block, but I done been dipping and dabbing into, a lot of different so-called scholars or teachers, whatever you might want to say it.
Mm-hmm.
And since I came across you, it's a lot of complex things you talk about, but it's very interesting. And the original question that I really had was about the Azazel. If you can remember, probably about a month ago, I was in the chat and I asked you about this, but I didn't get a real clear understanding. And I was trying to get your contact, but I never could get it. And it's funny that I logged on tonight and the number is up there, and I actually got a chance to talk to you.
Sure.
So
really, let me deal with that for you, right? Because I addressed that in the past several times, but I'm gonna address it for you now since you're here. So your question is Azazel. Now, in regards to Azazel, are you asking me who Azazel is, what's his relevance, etc., or is there something particular about Azazel you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, it's something particular, right? Because I kind of like the day before I talked with you, which was a Friday, which was in the chat I was on Across the Line.
Mm-hmm.
I crossed the line or whatever. I asked them about the situation.
I like how you said that.
They kind of went hard on me, and they kind of, called me out my name, said I was illiterate and everything, all because I didn't understand what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
He basically said Azazel, or the scapegoat, was a representation of the house of Aaron. And he really didn't. I don't know. I don't want to talk bad about him, but it sounded like he didn't know what he was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So when I kept questioning him and telling him I didn't understand, that's why he started calling me out my name and going hard on me. So I never really got a clear-cut answer about this Azazel dude, because a lot of people say he's a fallen angel. In the lexicon that I got, it says that also.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So now I want to know about this fallen angel, because the doctrine I got, when you read Genesis chapter 6 and they talk about the fallen ones, from my understanding, the fallen ones is the sons of Seth.
Yeah. So there's a reason for that. So let me break it down for you, okay? So let's see where I'm gonna take it at. All right. So let's first do this. Go to Leviticus chapter 16, right? So that's right. Because what we're gonna do is we got to build a case for this Azazel character first, where his name is mentioned, right? And he's mentioned by name in Leviticus chapter 16. Most critical edition Bibles, which are your latest Bibles, they have footnotes, right? You'll see FN, which means footnote, right? And in that footnote, it'll expand upon a word, a phrase, a clause, or whatever the case may be. Sometimes even a cross reference. And it'll give you more details. You'll see in a King James version, it has the word scapegoat. There's no Hebrew equivalent to the word scapegoat, right? That's not what the underlying word is. It's not even a transliteration of the Hebrew word, right? The word there is Azazel, right? Or Azazel, right? And when you look to see what is occurring in Vayikra chapter 16 or Leviticus chapter 16, there are two goats that are selected. One is given to one deity, another one is given to another deity. And that other deity's name is Azazel. Now, that word Azazel is a theophoric name, which means it contains the name of a deity within the name. And the purpose of theophoric names is to invoke a particular quality or attribute of the deity when the name is pronounced, right? So Azaz literally means rugged. So the word is the rugged one of El. Now, why does he have that nomenclature? Why is he called the rugged one of El? Well, that's based on what was known at that time about Enoch and the Enochian legend, myth, history, however you want to state it, where that's the only real place where we get the Azazel story, right? And we understand that there's one particular clause when we go to the book of Enoch where it says, ascribe all sin to Azazel. Now, when you go to see that the Israelites, their sins was that are placed upon this so-called scapegoat that is getting given to Azazel, all their sins are being ascribed to the scapegoat, and the scapegoat is being sent out east of Jerusalem and the region of the wilderness that is very rugged and rocky, where they believe that he has been enchained and he has been thrown into a pit and covered with rocks. We see this when we read the book of Enoch, but the book of Jude also picks up and speaks on it. And then we see it in the book of Peter where he talks about those who left their first estate, which would be those watchers. The watchers are also holy ones, and we get that from the book of Daniel chapter 4. When you understand who the watchers are, and the word watcher in the Aramaic there really means an awakened one. We think it means somebody that's watching. It's really one that is awakened. Deep subject matter. I'm going to touch on some of that in part 4 of my lecture series that I have going on. But just to surmise it to say, Azazel was part of these watchers, and Samajah was really the leader of them. But what Azazel did was he was the one that encouraged the other 200 or the other 199 to actually teach the women that they were going unto all the mysteries of the celestial realm, which they should not know. And because he taught them these crafts, they taught their children, men found out, and then mankind did wickedness with knowing this knowledge. And because of that wickedness, sin had spread abroad to the point where their offspring, between the union of these watchers and these women and other people during that period of time, were using these crafts to do wickedness, where they were killing people, defaming people. They were doing so much stuff, their blood cried up from the earth. And you have these so-called archangels, who's another class of watchers, that are now bringing this cry to the throne of YHWH. So the reason why the scapegoat and all the sins are put upon this goat and is sent to Azazel is because in the Enochian myth or legend or history, however you want to say it, you see the patron days, he says, ascribe all sin to Azazel. This is where the practice comes from. When you study anthropology and you look at the ethnogenesis of a people, you'll see that the thing that normally makes them distinct besides their customs and other things is the myths that explain the customs that they perform. So in order to understand the scapegoat scenario, so-called scapegoat, you have to be able to have some knowledge of the book of Enoch to be preempted before you engage Vayikra chapter 16, because this would have been common during a time period in which this was first scribed down, okay? So later on, what happens is, out of the academic realm that agrees with the fact that Azazel is really tied to the Enochian myth, and that's why a scapegoat is given to Azazel, you have the Judaism way of explaining this, and it really came about during Second Temple Judaism, and that is to say that these sons of God were really the sons of Seth, right? That was a later invention, and it was a way in order to explain something in a humanistic perspective, right? That did not involve some entities that are corrupting women, because they didn't believe that entities could be corrupted to do something like that. And they rejected the book of Enoch, even though in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we find remnants of the book of Enoch, and then it's preserved fully in the Slavonic version and the Ethiopic version, okay? So we know the community, at least the community that was there in the Jordan region where the Qumran caves were at, that they subscribed to the book of Enoch. They subscribe to the Book of Jubilees, right? They subscribe to this literature, and they see it as being complementary, and some would even say equal to the canon of scripture that they had amongst the scrolls in the caves. So Azazel,
when you say
go ahead.
When you say not to cut you out, when you say the Qumran community, right?
Correct.
And because I just seen some things on there, are you speaking about like the Essenes and what's the other group?
So you have the Essenes, the Zealots, you have the Pharisees, and you have the Sadducees. All of these groups came about during the Grecian captivity, right? That these groups sprouted out when it came about. The Essenes is believed to have influenced the Qumran community, right? Some people say the Qumran community were Essenes, but when they say that, it's a disjunctive statement simply because you don't have any contemporary historian that says that this community were all Essenes. They always speak about the Essenes as preceding this community that they find at Qumran, but they find similarities in beliefs, right? So somebody would have to show something that's conjunctive in regards to a contemporary historical reference that equates the Qumran community to the Essenes. We don't have that. Church fathers speak about the Essenes. You even have Josephus speak about the Essenes. And I believe Philos does as well, if I'm not mistaken. But they always speak about the Essenes as being a more antiquated group before you have the Qumran community, okay? And they were called the Akkad group, right? Or the Akkad community or whatever. But they did have some Essenic teachings, right? So what I'm simply giving you, and there's a plentyfold of data on this, whether you're looking from a linguistic perspective, a literary perspective, or even a secondary perspective from scholars in the field that write on this objectively, they'll tell you that the character Azazel goes back to the Enochian myth, and that explains the custom that we find in Vayikra chapter 16. Now, there's other groups that would interpret that much differently than me, and I would just have the sit downs with them like I normally do and go through the litany of data and have them explain all the data. A lot of times, because they're not well versed on that data, they don't want to have the discussion. They'll resort to ad hominems and sometimes escapism and all that other stuff. I simply look at all the data and I try to harmonize it into a cohesive thread that can best interpret why all this data exists and whether it all agrees or disagrees and how to best harmonize it. So we know Azazel is a theophoric name, okay? And we know Azazel is referenced in the Enochian myths. And because of such, we know what the more antiquated belief is before we have the later, I would say, rendition of that sons of God being Seth, which is interesting because even when you look at it from a linguistic perspective, that sons of God piece, you got to be very careful to see where you're associating it with. So the argument or the weight of the argument, the burden of the argument of going forward would be on those who say that's from the sons of men, meaning the sons of Seth, as opposed to it being some kind of supernatural entity of some sort, right? That came down from off the mountain, because that's where the deities chill at. They chill on the mountaintops. That came down and interfaced with women, okay? And in interfacing with women, they produced these offspring, and these offspring ravaged the planet at that time. So judgment was rendered against them through Enoch, right? And Enoch had to tell the watchers that your offspring, they will face judgment, but 1/10 of them will be survived, and they will be disembodied spirits, and that they're the ones that are going to survive after the flood and be the ones to bring the knowledge again back unto mankind, to cause mankind to go back into regret in a regressive state of disobeying the Most High. So again, that's who Azazel is. And anybody that says otherwise, I would be more than happy to sit down, have a discussion with them, and go through all the litany of the data and see where does the weight fall on. Is this the sons of Seth, or this is really some supernatural or some kind of ethereal entities that were watchers on a mountaintop that came down and they interfaced with women. All right. And I'm gonna give you a last example. In the book of Daniel, chapter 4, let me bring it up to you real quick. This is going to be in my upcoming lecture that I'm doing, the conclusion of the lecture I'm doing. Let me get Daniel chapter 4, where it talks about a watcher who is also called a holy one. Now, what's interesting is we see this term holy one that's used a lot of times in the book of Psalms, where David and other psalmists are talking about your holy one, right? The holy one is also a watcher or an awakened one, right? And that term is very unique, and it means something other than what we've been taught, right? So we go to Daniel chapter 4, verse 13. It says, in the visions I saw while lying on bed, I looked, and before me was a holy one, a messenger come down from the heaven, right? If you go into the language of it, Daniel, it says, in the visions of my head while I was on my bed, there was a watcher. The word there is ear. There was a watcher, and it says way, which means and, kadishin, right? Or kadishish, which means a holy one, or one that's set apart. The root word there is kodesh, right? Which means set apart. But the word ear there is very important, because when you go back and look at that word ear from Aramaic, it corresponds to a root and that word means to rouse oneself, to awaken or be awake, to be stirred up. So it comes from that root, and it's a play on that root meaning ear, and that literally means a wakeful one, or one that is awoken. This is deep. This is deep stuff. What you mean awaken, awoken? What does that mean? We see the parallel cognates in Syriac, which also agrees with awake, and late Hebrew, which also agrees with awake, right? Where we have ayin, yod, and resh. And then we see it also in other places as well. They also go into the Phoenician, so fisamine, and they also see a relationship, or they say it might be doubtful, it might be a connection in regards to watchers in the Shamayim, or the heavenly realm. This is all going back to language. And remember, Aramaic is a sister language to Hebrew. When we see that term watchers. Now, when you go back to the language in which the book of Enoch was written in, which was also a Semitic language, right? Because we have Amharic and later on Ge'ez in regards to Ethiopic, you'll see the corresponding cognate of that word watcher when you're reading it in the Ethiopic. And it corresponds to what we're looking at right now. So these watchers were holy ones, and holy ones always assisted a chief deity or a patron deity. YHWH is known to be coming with a host, and there was a whole bunch of hosts with him. These are other holy ones or hosts or watchers that assist that patron deity. Azazel himself was one of the watchers, the 200 watchers, that was given some kind of charge in regards to mankind, and they violated that by leaving that first estate and coming into the terrestrial realm and doing something that they were not commissioned to do. And what Azazel did, who was one of the 200, he wasn't even the leader. He was the one that decided, let's teach them the arts. And when the mankind learned the arts, that is when sin multiplied. So when this cry went up to the heavens and the so-called archangels brought this protest to the Most High, he said, ascribe all sin to Azazel, because it was Azazel's fault by teaching mankind these mysteries of the heavens that caused them to sin even further and be more wicked. So hopefully that helps to answer your question.
Wow, that was a lot. No, it answered my question as far as was Azazel actually a real fallen angel?
So let me tell you this. People use that term fallen angel very loosely, and that's because they look at the word Nephilim and they interpret that to mean fallen ones, right? Which is extremely interesting, because that word Nephilim, you see, there's really the way that it's rendered is rendered really from the Aramaic word that has been given a Hebrew suffix. And it's only when you understand the language that you see these things. So they would think that the word Nephal means to collapse or to implode on oneself. And then they would take that and they try to conjugate that with the masculine plural suffix to mean this means the fallen ones. That's completely incorrect. You need to look up the Aramaic word or the cognate for that and show that instead of "in," which is the suffix, the masculine plural suffix in Aramaic, it actually has the "im" suffix to it, which is the masculine plural suffix in Hebrew. And the way that is rendered before the suffix is attached is you can only discern it if you understand Aramaic grammar and look at Aramaic morphology to see how the word is structured. So there's this misconception that Nephilim means the fallen ones, and that's completely incorrect, right? Even when you look in the book of Enoch, you see that that's not really what it means, right? But in regards to Azazel, because it's a theophoric name, which is one thing to look at. The second thing is ascribing all sin to him in the book of Enoch, and then put the hands on the head of the goat that goes out to him, where all the sins of Israel is placed on this goat, because all sins are being ascribed to him, and the goat is sent out to him. because he is the cause of this multiplicity of degradation of a spiritual state that mankind had with the Creator, simply because he introduced these arts that he wasn't supposed to share with mankind. That's where the custom comes from. All right. So again, objective scholars that look at ancient Near Eastern texts and that deal with Israelite culture, history, linguistics, they will tell you this. It is only people who subscribe to Second Temple Judaism that make statements to say things other than what the objective data shows, right? So hopefully that is thorough enough for you.
Okay, so if they saw the Book of Enoch, they call it the Book of Enoch, like the Book of Leviticus, right? If it was the Book of Enoch and it was a part of the scriptures, where would it be situated at?
So again, the Book of Enoch, like for me, I don't subscribe to everything in the Book of Enoch, and it's not because I pick and choose. It's a methodology that I utilize to see what's the most antiquated rendering and what can be better harmonized with contemporary texts, and whatever the consensus of academia is in regards to the Israelite scriptures within its Near Eastern context, ancient Near Eastern context, right? So the Book of Enoch would be a complementary work, right, to explain some of the customs that a particular group has preserved over a period of time. Because you got to remember this. When the New Testament opens up, you have the Pharisees and Sadducees who were in Jerusalem, and then you have some Zadokites, they believe they were Zadokites, or some other groups that was on the fringes of the community. And these were what we call the Qumran community or the Echad community. And they were the ones that were the scribes behind the Dead Sea Scrolls. And they subscribed to have preserved a lot of the older teachings that then became dogma to the Pharisees and Sadducees. Because you get to see the development of Judaism over time after the exile, right? After the Babylonian exile. And it's a very in-depth discussion, but there's several books that I've shared on this subject matter. If you want them, email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, and I'll send you at least 8 books on this subject matter that talks about the development of Second Temple Judaism, right? And it also factors in contemporary cultures. It also factors in archaeology. It also does textual criticism on the text. It's a very complex study, but it's well worth it if you train or condition yourself to peruse through it, right? But suffice it to say, when we understand that community is trying to preserve older traditions in light of reform that was taking place in Jerusalem, because the Pharisees and Sadducees, they don't exist in the Old Testament. The Essenes don't exist in the Old Testament. They're not there. So why are they on the scene, and why do they have disagreements? You got to study the intertestamental period in order to understand that. And there's various works that's written on that, right? So again, people that disagree with that notion, they're fine to disagree on that. But all I want to do is show them the litany of data, have them address every piece of data and work their way inductively to a conclusion and let me know why all this data should be dismissed and why we should agree with their position.
Right.
So again, it was a complementary work that was preserved by that community because there were customs that were being performed, and that book explains why those customs believed were performed and why they had the eschatological position that they maintained. Because the Dead Sea Scrolls has a lot of the data of the Echad community, and it explains their eschatological position in regards to the order of Melchizedek, what they call the Pierce Messiah text. The various things are all eschatological works, and the Book of Enoch explains that, and we see remnants of that in the Book of Jude. The Book of Jude talks about and cites from the Book of Enoch because those Israelites would have come into contact with the Echad community, especially by the Jordan River. So they would have been familiar with this. And this is why we see this in the New Testament, right? So again, this book explains certain customs and certain eschatological positions that Echad community had maintained, and therefore it was complementary to the scriptures to get to provide a lot of background that you needed to know if you was an initiate of that community. So hopefully that gives you some information. Like I said, you can email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. and I can send you some references that you can read for yourself and do your own objective study. Never take my word for it. You're not dumb. You're not an idiot. My brother, I applaud you for your 6 months into this truth. I'm going to let you know it's going to be a bumpy ride, but it's going to be worth it, right? But never let nobody deter you in this walk. The information and data is so vast. It would take multiple lifetimes to take everything in. But what you can simply do is you can follow after the works of one person, multiple people. It's up to you. I'm not even telling you to join my organization and follow me. I'm simply telling you to eat the meat and spit out the bones. Whatever works that can equip and edify you on this walk, you do it. You allow the Ruach to convict you so you can stay on a path that the Most High is taking you on. My journey is not your journey. Other people's journey is not your journey. You're carving out your own lane. And in the discovery stage, you're going to encounter a lot of this information. But over time, when you learn to research objectively and you use a agnostic methodology, meaning a way to get a conclusion that doesn't care about how you feel, how I feel, how anybody feels, and use that as a rule of thumb in determining what you can validate as being true or close to the truth, then you won't have to be burdened down by the opinions of others. And that is what I had to learn to do in this walk. And it has benefited me tremendously. So if you need any cues, any pointers, any tips, feel free to email me. I will do the best that I can to help you out, my brother. But at the end of the day, do not lose hope. Do not be discouraged. I don't care what anybody says to you. You did not awaken on accident. There's purpose behind where you're at right now, even in the infancy stage. We can't sit there and yell at infants for not being able to walk because we were all there at some point. So we have to be able to empathize with those who's in a previous stage of this cycle than we are to know that we were once there. That teaches us humility. All right. So be encouraged, my brother. Okay.
Thanks, and I appreciate it, Divine.
All right. All right. So again, email me if you have further inquiries. I'll do what I can to help you out. Much love to you, my brother, and stay strong. Okay. And we're going to be praying for you. We got your back.
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate you too, man.
All right. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right, family. It's a lot of edification for today, but it was worth it. Somebody needed it. I wasn't planning to be over 4 hours, but hopefully somebody was able to benefit from this. Thank you for watching. I'm getting tired now, so I need to go. This was an extremely long session, and I just hope that y'all appreciated it. Like I said, definitely share this video, hit that thumbs up, hit subscribe if you're brand new. If you need to reach out to me, email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. You can make a pledge on our Patreon by looking up DivineProspect. You can make your donations through Super Chat, PayPal, or Cash App. All those details will be in the description. If there's anything that we can do to serve you in whatever capacity we're able to, email us your inquiries at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. Remember that we have jobs available for those of you that want to work and you want to get either supplemental income or do a full-time gig. Jubilee Manumission and Naturopathic Eden, we're hiring for those programs. We can teach you to be a recruiter and a consultant. And with that knowledge, you can help others. We also offer those services as well. If you need debt elimination, shout out to my brother Get Wise for the donation. Thank you so much, my brother. If you need debt elimination, if you need credit repair, we can help you with that as well. If you have any ailments, sicknesses, or diseases, we can educate you on that to make better informed decisions. So that way you can be on top of your health. And if you want to sign up for our regimen plans, we got you on that as well. Or if you want to make money and be a consultant, join us as well, family. We're here to serve the community. All right. This is not a game. This is what we do. We appreciate the sisterhood and the brotherhood. We don't put nobody down. We don't disrespect nobody. Because again, I can't just judge you by looking at a few pages in one book, in one chapter. Right? I got to know your whole story before I render judgment against you. That's how you judge righteously. And it's unfortunate that sometimes brothers and sisters go other places and they get condemned and beat up and told you don't know what you're talking about. And they just walked into this truth. We have to be very careful how we handle others. And I'm hoping that this channel and me as a person can continue to do the best that I can do in all humility, because I'm not perfect, in order to lead by example. All right. So I love you, family. I appreciate y'all. Y'all pray my strength, because right now I feel depleted and tired. But every ounce of me is here to serve y'all. So I appreciate everybody that joined in, and I still up at almost 4 a.m. to get some of this Freestyle Friday. All right, family. So much love. I love y'all. Thank y'all for watching. Hopefully I can be a blessing to y'all in a greater capacity. If so, let me know. And stay tuned for the next session where we're going to be doing a $25 Amazon gift card giveaway. And if we have our 3 patrons on Patreon, then we have another expensive giveaway to give to our Patreon members. Thank you, family. I love y'all. Peace and shalom. Thank you, Still I Rise. I appreciate that. Peace and shalom, family.